The story of early human life in the British Isles begins long before the islands themselves existed in their present form. For hundreds of thousands of years, people roamed the far northwest of Europe, long before Britain was cut off from the continent by rising seas around 9000 BC. During the Old Stone Age, or Paleolithic era, the region that would later become Britain was only a small and distant part of the wider European world. Its archaeological record is scattered and incomplete because repeated ice ages made northern Europe an unstable and often uninhabitable environment. One of the harshest of these glacial periods, between about 23,000 and 12,000 BC, coincided with the golden age of cave art in France and Spain. The advance of ice likely prevented similar artistic traditions from developing in Britain. Yet, evidence from before and after that final ice age reveals that people lived, hunted, and buried their dead there, sharing the same cultural patterns as their continental neighbors. Two types of evidence give us glimpses into the beliefs of these ancient humans: burials and art. The practice of burying the dead appeared in Europe roughly 80,000 years ago. It does not necessarily prove organized religion, but it does suggest a growing sense of ceremony and possibly ideas about life after death or the continuing power of ancestors. However, interpreting prehistoric burials is difficult. Some societies placed goods with the dead not because they believed in an afterlife, but to honor the deceased or protect the living. Likewise, the common crouched position of some burials, resembling a sleeping or unborn posture, has been seen by some as a symbol of rebirth, though it might simply reflect natural resting habits. The use of red ochre, found sprinkled over a number of burials across Europe, adds another dimension. It could have represented the life-giving color of blood, or been used for reasons we can no longer understand. In Britain, the few surviving burials mirror this European pattern. The oldest known example is from Gough's Cave on the Gower Peninsula, where a young man was laid to rest with ivory bracelets and rods, his body covered in red ochre and a mammoth skull placed nearby. This likely dates to around 25,000 BC. After the ice retreated, burials reappeared in the Mendip Hills, at Aveline's Hole, where several individuals were buried with necklaces made of animal teeth and flints, and at Cheddar Gorge, where scattered bones were found. Some of the bones discovered there in the 1980s seemed to have been cut by human tools, sparking debate about cannibalism or ritual defleshing meant to release the spirit. Yet, no firm conclusions can be drawn, and even the dating of these burials, somewhere between 12,000 and 8,000 BC, remains uncertain. Art seems to offer clearer insight into the minds of early humans. The first portable carvings appeared around 30,000 BC, followed by cave paintings and figurines a few thousand years later. These artistic traditions spread widely, especially across France and Spain, and gradually faded after 11,000 BC. Among the most mysterious creations are about 35 small female figurines found from France to Siberia. Despite being discovered thousands of kilometers apart, they share remarkable similarities. Each figure is about the length of a hand, faceless and footless, but with exaggerated breasts, hips, and stomachs. Some seem pregnant, others simply robust, and they were carved in ivory, clay, or stone. The figurines from Western Europe were mostly found alone, while those from Eastern Europe appeared in groups, sometimes inside huts or among arranged animal skulls. Their meaning has long been debated. Early archaeologists named them Venuses, assuming they depicted a goddess of fertility or an Earth Mother worshipped across prehistoric Europe. For decades, this idea became widely accepted, though it was based more on modern imagination than on evidence. Later, researchers noted that these figures lacked any signs of divinity or authority. They could instead represent ideals of fertility, womanhood, or survival in a harsh climate. Some may have served as charms or tokens exchanged between clans to strengthen social ties during migrations caused by advancing ice. Others might have been used in rituals related to hunting, childbirth, or the renewal of life. A particularly famous example is the relief from Lossel in France, showing a woman painted red and holding a curved horn marked with 13 lines. This image may have symbolized fertility, the lunar cycle, or the wish for abundant herds. Similar carvings were found nearby, suggesting that the site had ceremonial importance. The repetition of the color red, the recurring emphasis on female forms, and the presence of animal imagery all point to a symbolic or spiritual purpose. Yet, with no written records, the true beliefs of these Ice Age artists remain hidden. The figurines' blank faces seem to reflect the silence of their creator's world. People who lived close to the land, marked by the rhythm of seasons and the slow advance of ice, leaving behind only fragments of their faith and imagination. By the later Old Stone Age, the making of female figurines had ended, and a new artistic wave began. Thousands of painted and carved images appeared across Europe, filling caves with a vast record of human creativity. For much of the 20th century, scholars believed this art was linked to hunting magic, rituals meant to ensure successful hunts. Yet, this theory began to collapse after researchers showed that the animals most often depicted, such as horses and bison, did not match the main diet of prehistoric people who ate more reindeer and birds. Many painted species were rare or even absent from the local environments. This inconsistency made it clear that the purpose of the art could not simply be to influence hunting or fertility. Other interpretations, such as the animals being tribal symbols or totems, also failed to explain the wide range of species found together in single caves. Modern anthropological comparisons with hunting peoples like the Inuit, Aboriginal Australians, and San tribes revealed no single explanation either. Each culture produced art for many different purposes: storytelling, teaching, ritual, celebration, or sheer enjoyment. None, however, decorated the deep, hidden parts of caves the way Paleolithic artists did. This suggests that Ice Age art had meanings unique to its time. The works vary greatly. Some were created in vast chambers suitable for gatherings, others deep in narrow tunnels that allowed only one person to enter. In several French and Spanish caves, traces such as footprints or carefully arranged deposits show that rituals or ceremonies took place. At El Huyo in Spain, layers of burned vegetation, red ochre, animal bones, and clay patterns were found beneath a carved stone showing a human and a feline face, a likely sacred composition. The animal images themselves raise further puzzles. They were often paired, horses with bison, ibex with oxen, and many show deliberate distortions or combinations of different creatures, like a bear with a wolf's head. Vegetation is almost never depicted, and over half the surviving art consists of abstract shapes and geometric patterns whose meanings remain uncertain. These could have been maps, spirit symbols, or teaching diagrams. Researcher Stephen Mithen later proposed that such images might record animal behavior and movement, even teaching tools for young hunters. He suggested that hoofprints and excrement carved on tools or walls might have been ways to recognize animal tracks. and that partial depictions reflected what hunters saw while stalking prey. Though insightful, this theory cannot explain why so much art was placed deep underground or combined with complex ritual spaces. Human figures make up only a tiny fraction of Paleolithic art, but they too display remarkable diversity. Some appear alongside animals, others stand alone. Female figures are sometimes drawn with the same exaggerated forms as earlier figurines, while male figures are often shown dancing or part animal, suggesting transformation or disguise. In the cave of La Madeleine, large carvings of reclining women flank the entrance, and in the Rocco-Sorcier shelter, enormous female figures dominate a wall above a bison. These may represent symbolic femininity or guardianship, though there is no clear link to later goddess traditions. Equally striking are the rare male hybrids from French caves, such as Trois Frères and Le Gabillou, beings with animal heads and human bodies, sometimes playing instruments or appearing in ritual poses. The famous sorcerer of Trois Frères, a horned, part-human creature, is among the most enigmatic, variously seen as a god, shaman, or masked dancer. Britain's Ice Age art is far scarcer due to glaciation, yet a few finds hint at similar practices. In the caves of Creswell Crags, carved bones depict reindeer and horses, along with a crude male figure from Pin Hole Cave, possibly a dancer or hunter. A bone from Guff's Cave bears groups of engraved lines, perhaps tallies or lunar counts. These scattered traces are the only surviving evidence of Paleolithic expression in the islands. By the end of the Ice Age, around 12,000 BC, dramatic climate change reshaped Europe. Forests spread, herds diminished, and rising seas turned Britain and Ireland into islands. Human life shifted into the Mesolithic, or Middle Stone Age, where survival required adaptation, fishing, gathering, and forest clearing with fire. People domesticated dogs, managed herds, and transformed the land itself. Art from this time, especially in Spain, focused on human figures, hunters, gatherers, and warriors, suggesting that organized conflict had become part of human society. Religious traces from this later period are faint. In Britain, a few finds such as deer antler headdresses from Starcar may hint at shamanic practices, though they could just as well be hunting disguises. Some later Neolithic sacred sites were built on earlier Mesolithic clearings, possibly chosen for spiritual reasons. The most mysterious discovery comes from beneath the car park at Stonehenge, where 3 large post holes containing charred wood date to the Mesolithic. Their purpose is unknown, and their presence so early in time challenges all assumptions about prehistoric ritual. In the end, the spiritual world of the Stone Age remains deeply mysterious. The people of this era achieved extraordinary progress, mastering fire, crafting tools, building shelters, creating art, and trading across vast distances. They possessed the power to shape, destroy, and transform nature. Yet, what they believed about their place in the universe, their gods, or their spirits, remains hidden behind the silence of time, a mystery as vast as the caves they once painted. In the 5th millennium BC, the British Isles entered the Neolithic, a shift driven by human innovation rather than climate. Farming, herding, and pottery spread from the Near East across Europe, raising the central question of whether new people brought these lifeways or whether local hunter-gatherers adopted them. Earlier archaeology often assumed waves of migrants or conquerors, echoing historical invasions known from later periods and Irish myth. Recent thinking is more cautious, since material culture can change without large population movements. The evidence points to a blend of limited immigration and strong local adoption. Early farmers appear first in parts of northern Ireland and on previously uninhabited islands such as Orkney, and early houses in some regions are rectangular rather than round. Yet regional pottery zones mirror earlier Mesolithic flint traditions. Many Neolithic flint forms derive from native prototypes, and in southern England, new sites often lie atop Mesolithic ones. The most reasonable picture is a mixed process that reached every region between roughly 4,500 and 3,800 BC. Neolithic life grew diverse and technically adept. People learned to mine flint through galleries and shafts by the 4th millennium, and they traded blades, axes, and pottery over long distances. Stone architecture flourished in the north, timber and turf buildings in the south, and there was regular contact with continental Europe. Physical well-being likely surpassed that of the Middle Ages in some respects, yet skeletons show heavy burdens of disease, and most people died young. Forest clearance accelerated, turning wide tracts of Wessex, Sligo, Wiltshire, Cumbria, and parts of the Lake District into open land or lasting bogs through soil exhaustion. The Neolithic was once imagined as an age of peace, but graves with embedded arrowheads and skull injuries, along with burned fortifications and battle debris from sites such as Crickley Hill, Hambledon Hill, and Carn Bray, reveal organized violence and destroyed settlements. Such warfare increases the likelihood of male-dominated social structures by the mid-Neolithic, though the exact political order and gender balance remain uncertain. The most enduring achievement of this age is monumental building. Long before Mesopotamian platforms or Egyptian kings, communities along the Atlantic facade raised imposing tombs of stone or timber, heaped with great mounds that commanded the landscape. More than 40,000 megalithic stone tombs still stand across Europe, with many more earthen mounds once covering timber chambers. Older views tied these monuments to Mediterranean inspiration and to a widespread goddess cult. But improved radiocarbon methods reversed the chronology, showing that Western European tombs predate the Eastern complexes that were once thought to be their models. Early dates cluster around 4,500 in France and Spain, 4,300 in England, 4,200 in Ireland, 4,100 in Scotland, 3,900 in Portugal and Denmark, and 3,400 in the Netherlands, though a few even earlier readings complicate the picture and leave open whether the very first monuments coincided with farming or emerged slightly before it in places. What is clear is that the idea spread rapidly over a vast coastal zone. Explanations based on crowding or failing soils have lost force. Many tombs stand in first-generation clearings within heavy woodland, and Central European farmers managed dense settlement without megaliths, investing instead in large houses. The crux is why the dead took center stage. These monuments functioned as ritual foci as much as repositories, linking prosperity and farming with reverence for ancestors. Architectural traditions likely moved in at least two streams. One Atlantic pathway favored stone tombs under circular or oval mounds. Another, linked to long trapezoidal mounds and timber fronts, recalls the great longhouses of the Danube basin that faced the rising sun and were entered from the same end, a form that seems to have traveled west and been adapted for burial. Even if design ideas moved along trade and voyage routes, the leap from dwelling of the living to house of the dead demands explanation. since collective burial had little precedent in most of the regions that adopted it. Brittany stands out with late Mesolithic group interments under cairns in stone-lined pits, which may have seeded the cult that then swept along the Atlantic shores. Across Britain and Ireland, the monuments share consistent themes with endless local variation. They combine chambers with outsized mounds, receive the bones of men, women, and children, but only a segment of the population, and often show evidence that bodies were defleshed before final placement. Passages are narrow, entrances restricted by blocking stones or small portholes, grave goods are sparse, and facades often face south or east. Yet no two tombs are quite alike, which argues against traveling priests imposing a uniform doctrine. A more convincing picture is that thousands of coastal and inland communities adopted a powerful idea that moved with exchange networks, fishermen, and settlers. In doing so, they bound land, ancestors, and harvests together, and they gave the western edge of Europe a monumental architecture that announced both memory and belonging to anyone who crossed those wind-swept horizons. In Ireland, 3 monument types appear at the very start of the megalithic tradition and remain consistent across the island. Court cairns are elongated mounds, whose broad end forms a forecourt that opens into a stone-built chamber. Hundreds are known, and they cluster mainly in the northern third of the country. Portal dolmens are chambers set under a single great capstone, tilted because the entrance uprights are taller than those at the rear. Some once carried long mounds, but many seem to have stood largely exposed, supported by a backing ramp of earth or stones used both for stability and for hauling the capstone into place. They are found in the same northern zone, with extensions into County Clare and the southeast. Simple passage graves consist of a round or oval mound covering a circular or polygonal chamber reached by a short passage, and they are concentrated in the northern half of Ireland. Portal dolmens also occur in Britain and France, and simple passage graves are common along the Atlantic facade. But court cairns are a distinctively Irish invention. Across Britain, the distribution of early monuments divides roughly along a line from Inverness to the Dorset coast. West of this line, stone-built tombs dominate, while to the east, the prevailing form is the earthen long barrow with timber chambers or burial pits. Among the western megaliths are several dozen portal dolmens in Wales, the Cotswolds, and Cornwall, and about 50 simple passage graves strung down the Atlantic side from the far north to the southwest. Britain adds a third early form, the box dolmen, or rotunda grave, which is a small stone cyst sealed by a capstone and set within a round mound. Many of these were later rebuilt into more elaborate structures, which blurs their original appearance. In northern Scotland and the Orkney Islands, passage graves stand beside stalled cairns, whose long internal chambers are divided by upright slabs, suggesting a regional adaptation that may be early. By the middle of the 4th millennium, regional styles multiply. The Shetlands develop kidney-shaped mounds with compact chambers. In the Cotswolds and in southeast Wales, the Cotswold Severn group appears, marked by long, often trapezoidal mounds with formal forecourts. Some examples open from the forecourt into a main gallery with paired side cells, while others imitate the forecourt facade, but shift access to side entrances. In southwest Scotland, small chambers in round or oval mounds evolve into Clyde tombs, with long mounds, large forecourts, and striking stone fronts. In Kent, a separate cluster of rectangular stone chambers appears, each entered from the side of an equally rectangular mound bounded by boulder curbs. Throughout Britain and Ireland, older monuments are enlarged or imitated with greater ambition. In Sligo, a dense cemetery of small passage graves grows around the dramatic hill known as Knocknarea, forming the largest megalithic cluster in Europe by number rather than by size. In contrast, communities of the southeast in Ireland choose a different path from about 3,700 onward, placing bodies in massive stone chests of polygonal plan beneath round mounds. These cists share the silhouette of a box dolmen, but with inward-leaning uprights and chamber forms that echo passage graves. The fashion spreads modestly westward, yet remains rare. Earthen long barrows in eastern and central Britain are as early as the first stone tombs. Their numbers are hard to fix because many survive only as crop marks, but they are widespread, with a notable concentration on Salisbury Plain. These mounds broaden toward one end and vary greatly in scale. Many began as timber mortuary houses left standing for years before burial within the mound behind a forecourt or facade. Some were burned before burial, others not. Often the timber structure sat on a stone platform. Elsewhere, a pit replaced the building. In some landscapes, earthen long barrows stood within sight of stone-chambered long barrows, apparently raised by communities sharing a culture yet favoring different mortuary architecture. A few sites even convert an earthen long barrow into a chambered monument, showing fluidity rather than rigid typology. Classifying forms is already complex, and the reality is more varied still, since many tombs are too idiosyncratic to fit any scheme or too damaged to read clearly. Ritual practice is harder to reconstruct than architecture. In Ireland, only a fraction of court cairns have been properly excavated. Many contain the cremated remains of a single person, usually a young male, suggesting a token interment within a shrine that served broader ceremonial roles. Others hold larger groups, sometimes with deposits beneath the cairn that mix human and animal bone, charcoal, flints, and dark soil, as if refuse from a deserted settlement had been used to sanctify the site. Grave goods tend to be few and modest, including pottery, animal bones, arrows, flints, ornaments, and clay balls. Portal dolmens often yield only small amounts of cremated bone, with occasional unburned fragments and scattered tools or potsherds, reinforcing the sense of symbolic offerings rather than large-scale collective burial. The simple passage graves at Carrowmore are early in date, but were reused and disturbed, obscuring their original rites. The cist tradition of Southeast Ireland breaks decisively with collective deposition, favoring single adult males, sometimes with a second companion burial. Bodies are most often intact, though some are defleshed or cremated, and large decorated pots are typical accompaniments. In northern Scotland, a few well-studied tombs show striking diversity in treatment within a single chamber. One Caithness mound with twin forecourts held the remains of roughly a dozen people deposited over 2 centuries. Most had been defleshed before final placement and were missing various bones. Some remains show scorching, others careful cleaning, others neat wrapping in clay, and others burial in soil followed by exhumation when fragmentary. A single whole body near the entrance was bound tightly in a crouched pose and later selectively stripped of certain bones, perhaps for ritual use or because they were deemed unimportant. Nearby monuments of different design displayed different mortuary routines, and in at least one case, a chamber was later cleared of earlier bones, and its floor dressed with soil containing sherds from several unrelated vessels, implying conscious redefinition of the space rather than simple continuity. Despite heavy damage to many English and Welsh tombs, a number of Cotswold Severn monuments offer clearer pictures. The numbers interred range widely, from small groups to several dozen. Yet even the larger totals represent only a fraction of the living community that built and maintained each monument over generations. Many chambers received disarticulated bones that had decayed elsewhere and were then gathered and mixed. Some bodies were placed whole, often in crouched poses, especially in monuments with forecourt access and side cells. As decomposition progressed, bones were sometimes cleared into piles with earlier remains. Cremations occur in small numbers alongside the unburned majority. Incomplete skeletons are common, with frequent absence or overrepresentation of skulls and long bones, indicating that some remains arrived incomplete, while others were removed from the chamber for ongoing rites. Sorting by age and sex appears in some tombs, and children are often underrepresented and segregated. Grave goods are simple and not tied to specific individuals. Cattle bones recur and are treated much like the human remains, hinting at emblematic or totemic meaning rather than mere food offerings, a point supported by the relative rarity of pig bones despite the popularity of pork in daily diet. Taken together, this record shows an early and mid-Neolithic world of rich regional styles and flexible ritual. Communities built with shared ideas about forecourts, passages, chambers, and orientations to sunlit horizons, yet they varied endlessly in plan and in practice. Many tombs served as shrines first and repositories second, with selective inclusion of the dead, repeated visits, reopening, cleansing, and reconfiguration. The monuments anchored memory and belonging in the landscape, and their diversity suggests not a centralized doctrine, but a powerful concept traveling along routes of trade and sea, adopted and reworked by each community to fit its own story of the living and the dead. Excavations of around 100 earthen long barrows show the same striking variety seen in stone-built tombs. A few, like Fussel's Lodge in Wiltshire, held large numbers of people placed in a mortuary house after long exposure, with remains stacked in small piles. Most southern English barrows, however, contained only a handful of individuals, suggesting that the monument's public and ceremonial role outweighed its role as a repository. The higher population barrows tend to be earlier. Some individuals were interred whole, and in these earthen monuments, the complete bodies are overwhelmingly adult males, the only burials regularly accompanied by goods. Where bones were defleshed before deposition, the treatment varied widely. Exposure on platforms, temporary burial, scorching, or cremation. On Salisbury Plain, about half the identified dead are adult men, with the rest split between women and children, while barrows farther east, especially in Yorkshire, show a nearer balance between men and women but still few children. Scottish examples of this type share the same variety and rely far more on cremation. Even with limited data, some patterns are clear. Across much of the British Isles in the Middle Neolithic, communities invested heavily in building impressive monuments that incorporated the remains of only a portion of their dead. Defleshing was common, but not universal, which makes it hard to tell whether it was a doctrine or simply a practical choice. Architecture and burial customs vary so much that either the fine details were not considered essential or different groups held contrasting views. These sites functioned less as places to dispose of corpses and more as enduring religious centers tied to the community's ongoing life, with selected bones playing an active role. Where preservation allows, most monuments were used repeatedly over 1 to 4 centuries. Entrances were sealed between episodes, and forecourts bear the strongest traces of ceremony. Sherds, hearths, pig bones from feasts, and stray human bones all point to recurring rites staged in front of the mound. The social and spiritual audiences for these monuments are harder to pin down. Many are spaced across the countryside like a network of parish churches, each apparently serving a territory of scattered farms or a settlement group. In Wiltshire, the average territory is small, elsewhere larger, and in Orkney, the tombs occupy poor ground to keep good land free for cultivation. We do not know how many people contributed to any one build or whether neighbors helped one another. Collective mixed bone deposits once encouraged scholars to imagine egalitarian societies, but communal rites can coexist with sharp hierarchies, and only a minority of people were selected for inclusion. Single burials in Ireland may represent symbolic representatives or sacrifices. More common are slow accumulations of men, women, and children, sometimes separated by age and sex, sometimes mixed, sometimes paired monuments in the same locale, and occasionally vast cemeteries like Carrowmore that break the usual pattern. These choices imply social rules we cannot reconstruct, including who had access to the chambers and why particular individuals mattered. Attempts to read the monuments through their alignments produce suggestive but inconclusive results. Many tombs are constrained by topography or appear to address neighboring monuments rather than celestial targets. Nonetheless, a broad tendency exists for Irish court cairns, Cotswold Severn tombs, earthen long barrows, and parts of the northern Scottish corpus to face somewhere between northeast and southwest. In Wiltshire, a significant minority align within the moon's arc rather than the sun's, which supports the idea of nocturnal ceremonies in forecourts lit by fires and moonlight. Yet many other monuments point outside both solar and lunar spans, so orientation may reflect local ritual, practical shelter, or both. Sky watching alone cannot settle the question of whom these rites honored. For much of the 20th century, many archaeologists explained the megalithic world by appealing to a widespread mother goddess. Under this model, female images, faces, eyes, spirals, dots, circles, and even holes in stones were read as her symbols, and any male figure was relegated to son or consort. 2 critiques demolished that framework. Peter Uko showed that early agricultural societies in the Near East do not provide clear evidence for a universal mother deity, that ancient Egypt classed the earth as male, that unambiguous mother gods appear late and locally, and that Neolithic figurines include many males and asexual forms with few signs of divinity. He also demonstrated that similar small figures around the world serve varied functions from children's toys to healing magic to mourning aids, warning against assuming a single meaning. Andrew Fleming then challenged the whole iconographic chain, pointing out that spirals and circles cannot simply be equated with eyes or goddesses, and that female figures are not automatically divine. Radiocarbon revisions compounded the blow by showing that megalithic architecture in the West predates supposed Eastern inspirations. The only clearly female image on a Western European tomb wall belongs to a late Breton tradition at the very end of the Neolithic, which looks like a local development rather than proof of a primeval pan-European cult. What remains is a picture of extraordinary investment in monuments that anchored communities to land, ancestors, and ritual. The practices inside and before them are diverse, flexible, and local. The dead selected for inclusion played a continuing role in public ceremonies. Alignments hint at sky rites, but do not compel a single interpretation. And the grand narrative of a universal great goddess has given way to a more complex, regionally varied religious landscape in which many different ideas and practices could flourish side by side. By the early 1970s, the academic case for a universal Neolithic mother goddess had collapsed. Critics kept peeling away more of her supposed territory. In Italy, Sardinia, and Corsica, the so-called statue pillars once treated as female icons proved mostly ungendered or overtly male, some even brandishing weapons. Malta, long hailed as a citadel of goddess devotion, also shifted under scrutiny. While some figurines are clearly women, many of the grand cult statues are flat-chested, kilted, and essentially androgynous. Temple ground plans, once read as a stylized female body, now look like the outcome of long architectural experimentation with circular cells that happened to settle on an hourglass layout because it was pleasingly symmetrical. Even on this famously rich island, the identity of the deities is now an open question. Outside universities, the opposite tide was running. As scholars dismantled the Great Mother, a new wave of feminist and alternative writers embraced her. Popular books on prehistory remained widely read and were reissued. Maria Gimbutas's lavishly illustrated volume on Old Europe added a treasury of images and a sweeping story of peaceful, woman-centered farming cultures conquered by violent patriarchs. Archaeologists welcomed the documentation, yet challenged the readings. Gimbutas grouped many figurines and symbols as divine with little more than aesthetic judgment, downplayed conflicting finds, and promoted a grand narrative that the evidence does not sustain. Ironically, earlier establishment scholars who had once affirmed a universal goddess helped seed a modern spirituality that would later defy academic revisions. The best test for reading Neolithic religion remains the great settlement at Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia. Excavations uncovered abundant imagery in wall paintings and small sculptures. Early interpretations followed the goddess orthodoxy and even proposed a female-led cult, a notion the excavator himself later avoided in more cautious technical writing. A closer look at the imagery and burial data paints a more complex scene. Female figures appear with dangerous animals and symbols of death. Women are also shown cradling children. Men are much more common in hunting scenes. Women's graves contain ornaments and cosmetic boxes. Men's graves contain weapons and farming tools. Domestic working areas around hearths are undecorated while other spaces bristle with symbolic art. The settlement's visual language alternates between woman as nurturer and woman as predatory force, hinting at deep tensions between the sexes rather than a simple matriarchy or patriarchy. Even with this wealth of material, the belief system remains opaque. Across southeastern Europe and the Levant, sites yield many figurines, most of them female, alongside large numbers of freestanding phalluses carved in many materials. These male emblems have drawn far less attention, yet are clearly central. Northwestern Europe also turns up phalluses, often deposited with pairs of chalk balls in ritual ditches, a pairing that likely carried obvious meaning. By contrast, actual human figurines from the British Isles are exceedingly rare for the Neolithic. One small wooden carving from the Somerset levels shows exaggerated breasts and a prominent phallus, and is often read as a hermaphrodite, perhaps a toy, a crude joke, or a talisman sunk beneath a trackway to strengthen it in spirit. Another chalk figure from the flint mines at Grimes Graves appears to be a heavy-bodied woman set up with antler picks, chalk balls, and a phallus, as if to coax new stone from the earth. Doubts linger about this second find, and after so much time the truth may never be known. What does emerge is a British ritual world in which sexual symbolism is explicit, while anthropomorphic images are sparse and ambiguous. As the early Neolithic gave way to the Middle Phase, a new monument type spread across northwestern Europe. These were the causewayed enclosures, concentric rings of interrupted ditches that defined a broad circular or oval space. The design appears from Poland to Denmark and south to France, then into Britain, where dozens are known. Their uses vary. Some enclosed settlements with ritual deposits tucked beside the gap ends. Others show very little domestic debris and look more like gathering places for episodic ceremonies. In Wessex, a striking pattern emerges. Ditches contain many human bones, sometimes arranged in deliberate ways, including lines of skulls. At Hambledon Hill, the interior may have served to expose corpses, with selected parts later carried to tombs. At Windmill Hill, a grave beneath the later enclosure held a man left in an open pit until he decayed, suggesting one method by which bones were prepared for chambered barrows. Deposits there echo the contents and materials of the nearby Long Barrow and include animal skeletons, antler picks, exotic potsherds, chalk plaques, stone discs, chalk phalluses, and repeated pairs of chalk balls. Children are rare in chambered tombs, yet appear far more often in enclosure ditches, while skulls and long bones are overrepresented in both settings. The picture is one of an ongoing exchange with the dead, rather than a single moment of burial. These arenas did not remain purely ceremonial. Several enclosures in southern Britain gained palisades, or full ramparts, by the later 4th millennium, and some became outright strongholds. Elsewhere, continuous inner fences may have offered privacy for rites, or acted as defenses. The same communities that curated ancestral bones and staged feasts under moonlit skies were also capable of fortifying their meeting grounds. Taken together, the evidence no longer supports a single pan-European goddess creed. What it does show is a ritual landscape of great energy and variety. Communities built monuments that anchored their territories, managed the remains of selected dead over centuries, and maintained places where offerings, trophies, and human bones were repeatedly gathered. Visual symbols emphasize wild animals, danger, sex, birth, death, and regeneration far more than farming or household labor. Male and female forces are both on display, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in tension. Rather than a single theology, the Neolithic looks like a mosaic of local cults and evolving practices, stitched together by exchange routes and shared forms, but interpreted anew in each valley and on each hill. Many causewayed enclosures appear to have been built as occasional gathering places during a time of rising population and expanding farmsteads. They likely hosted a blend of activities: rituals, dispute settlement, courtship and marriage arrangements, exchange of goods and news, rather than simple livestock fairs. The ditches are too shallow and broad to corral animals efficiently, and the finds lack the volume of unworn imports or carcasses one would expect from market sites. What they do contain: feasting debris, deliberate deposits, and signs of consecration, points to ceremonially charged assemblies whose exact mix varied from place to place. Their patchy distribution is striking. Communities across Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and northern England embraced tomb shrines, yet seem to have ignored enclosures, while in England, within a limited belt, no two enclosures are identical. Regional contrasts stand out. The Wessex examples are outsized and unusually rich in human bone. Hambledon Hill was the largest structure of its era in Dorset, and Windmill Hill's outer circuit stretched 3/4 of a mile, cut 15 feet wide and 7 deep, moving tens of thousands of tons of chalk. By contrast, enclosures in the Thames Valley, the Cotswolds, and eastern counties are smaller, slighter, and in some cases short-lived, with banks later pushed into their own ditches. The signature broken ring layout, concentric circuits interrupted by many causeways, raises further questions. In effect, it is a circle made from elongated ritual pits. One long-standing idea is that different kin groups each dug a segment, so completing sections mattered more than sealing a continuous perimeter. In several places, only half the ring was ever dug, and a few were purposefully left open on one side. Because most excavations cut selective trenches rather than exposing the whole monument, we still lack decisive answers about completion and sequencing. Seeing these places as communal assembly grounds makes sense, yet it leaves puzzles. If they served dispersed farmsteads, where are those farmsteads on the ground? The enclosures also cluster, paired or grouped on the South Downs, in Cambridgeshire, on the Upper Thames, and around Windmill Hill. This pattern could reflect neighboring communities meeting on shared frontiers or single communities building multiple precincts for different roles: domestic, ceremonial, refuge. Untangling these relationships will require coordinated excavation of whole local sets, linking each enclosure not only to its peers and nearby tombs, but also to soils, resources, and roots. Some enclosures sit on boundaries between soil types and farming regimes. Several stand beside flint sources, hinting at ties between ritual, labor, and exchange. In Wessex especially, the material points to a tight dialogue between enclosures and tomb shrines. Human remains in enclosure ditches echo the selective, curated bones within nearby chambers, with children more common in ditches than in tombs, and skulls and long bones overrepresented in both. At Windmill Hill, deposits match the materials and animals associated with the West Kennet long barrow, implying complementary roles within one ritual landscape. Around 3200 BC, a sharp turn appears. Several enclosures were fortified or rebuilt as strongholds, and some were destroyed by fire and attack, marking a more turbulent phase at the end of the Middle Neolithic in southern England. Environmental records from places like Norfolk, the Somerset Levels, and the Marlborough Downs show fields being abandoned as soils tired, populations thinned on some uplands, and drifted into lower country. The shifts were not uniform or universally abrupt, but together they mark a watershed. After this point, the late Neolithic takes on a different character. In Ireland and Scotland, existing monumental traditions reach a dazzling peak. In England and Wales, the ceremonial landscape is reimagined. What had been achieved in the previous millennium is soon overshadowed by what many regard as the most brilliant era in British and Irish prehistory. Circles make intuitive sacred spaces. They echo sun, moon, and horizon, and they can stage either equality when people form the ring or hierarchy when power sits at the center or is nested in multiple rings. For much of the early and middle Neolithic in the British Isles, however, Communities favored long and angled forms for tombs, with trapezoids and rectangles that drew attention to forecourts. Around 3200 BC, a sweeping shift began. Circular plans rose to prominence across the archipelago and helped mark a cultural turn as profound as the earlier move from hunter-gathering to farming. In Ireland and on the facing coasts of Britain, this change first appeared as the fully developed passage grave. These monuments kept the basic recipe of a mound, with a chamber reached by a passage, but everything grew grander. Mounds swelled in diameter and height, passages lengthened, and chambers sprouted side cells and recesses. The clustering of simple passage graves carried forward into great cemeteries. Two concentrations dominate the Irish record along the Boyne at Bro na Boyne and on the hilltops of Loughcrew. At the Boyne, Newgrange, Noath, and Douth Tower over surrounding satellite tombs, with Noath ringed by an exceptional crowd of smaller graves. Carrowmore, already a major cemetery of earlier small tombs, likely saw renewed activity. Nearby Carrowkeel holds medium-sized monuments that may bridge the earlier and later styles. Solitary developed passage graves also appear in Leinster and across the sea in Anglesey and Lancashire. Firm dates from Noath and Newgrange place construction in the centuries around 3300 to 3200 BC. These tombs share a family resemblance, yet differ in telling ways. Chambers are often cruciform, but can be polygonal or tunnel-like. Most mounds house a single passage, though a few hold two. Recess counts vary, from the common 3 to as many as 8 at one Loughcrew tomb. Cremation is the rule almost everywhere, with rare exceptions of disarticulated unburned bone. Large stone basins may have served in ritual handling of remains. Standard offerings include shell and bone necklaces, pendants, pins cracked by the pyre, along with animal bones and shells from ceremonial meals or provisions for the dead. Upright pointed stones set by entrances at Newgrange and Noath hint at overt sexual symbolism. Ritual practice still refuses a single script. The East Chamber at Noath seems to hold a one-time group deposition, after which the tomb was sealed. At Fornox, each recess received a batch of cremations in a single episode before closure. Tara accumulated burned bone through many burials, as did chambers at Carrowkeel. Newgrange, disturbed in later times, preserved only a handful of interments, whose cremated remains were likely buried in earth and later retrieved before placement. Barclodiad Rigaris in Anglesey produced a striking rite in which a stew of sea creatures, fish, eel, frog, snake, mouse, and shrew was poured over 2 young cremations mingled with sheep bone. Scale and art set these monuments apart. Noath spreads to roughly 1.5 acres and rises more than 10 meters, with a passage and chamber over 40 meters long capped by a fine corbelled roof. Newgrange is larger still, with a lofty, jointed capstone roof and a curb of massive, decoratively carved stones. Loughcrew forms the most impressive hilltop cemetery outside the Boyne, while the 2 Anglesey tombs are the showpieces of Wales. Across Ireland and Western Britain, decorated stones cluster in these late monuments. Ireland alone has hundreds of carved slabs, with Noath holding almost half of the island's passage grave art and more than a quarter of the European total. Motifs are abstract. Circles, dots, U-shapes, spirals, and radials mix with straight-line schemes of chevrons, zigzags, lozenges, and triangles. Spirals are the most widespread design. Local preferences vary sharply. Noath favors circles, Loughcrew loves rays and starbursts, Newgrange leans to lozenges. Several tombs include stylized human faces placed where they confront an approaching visitor. In all, there are about 130 distinct motifs. Meaning and origin remain open. The strongest pathway likely runs up the Atlantic seaways. Iberian-developed passage graves are earlier, and their ceramics and plaques carry abstract decoration, and Brittany has carved megaliths of related spirit. Yet each region recasts the language. Iberian paired eyes are absent to the north. Brittany lacks the spiral so dominant in Ireland and Britain, and features yokes, crooks, crosses, axes, and shield-like forms unknown across the water. Ireland keeps the richest and most varied corpus, and still resists translation. The great tombs around the Boyne may have been raised by successive leaders, by rival lineages, or for distinct ceremonies. No firm answer exists. Newgrange's winter solstice device is the most spectacular surviving alignment. A small rectangular aperture above the doorway admits the first light of midwinter sunrise, which crawls up the passage and washes the triple spiral on the chamber's far stone in red glow. The design implies that the spectacle was for the dead rather than the living, since the entrance itself remained blocked while the light slid through the slot. What deepens the mystery is the lack of exact parallels. Noth's passages appear to target equinox, sunrise, and sunset. Douth and Fornox show no clear celestial targets. Loughcrew ranges widely in orientation. No other tomb uses a dedicated lightbox. Attempts to weave orientations, motifs, and topography into a single theology remain suggestive, but unproven. At the same time, in the far north, Orkney became the core zone of northern Scotland. Developed passage graves arise there too, culminating in Maze How, arguably the finest of them all. Its long entry shoots into a tall, perfectly assembled corbelled chamber, and the entire mound sits within a broad, rock-cut ditch. The entrance is keyed to winter solstice, but it captures the sunset rather than sunrise. The Orkney builders left a slot above the blocking stone, rather than adding a special window. Carvings of interlocked triangles and chevrons in Maes How and spiral-linked stones from Westray echo the abstract language of the Irish Sea while striking their own accent. If ideas and motifs reached Orkney along routes from Ireland, they were recast into local architecture and ritual. Cremation gives way to different treatments, and cemeteries give way to large, stand-alone monuments. From about 3,400 BC tomb building in the islands accelerates. Passage graves swell in size, and stalled cairns expand into long, partitioned galleries such as Midhow. Hybrid forms flourish. Excavations reveal a startling spread of burial routines and ceremonial acts, broad even by the flexible standards of the British Neolithic. Across Orkney, the late Neolithic burial record explodes with variety and scale. At Isbister on South Ronaldsay, more than 300 people were placed in a hybrid monument over some 9 centuries. Flesh was removed before deposition. Skulls and long bones were stacked separately, and the human remains lay alongside fragments of dozens of pots and bones from cattle, sheep, deer, and sea eagles. At Quanternus on the main island, roughly 400 people were interred across a similar span, yet the treatment diverged sharply. Bones were scorched and smashed to small pieces. Animal offerings are absent, and the pottery is again broken deliberately. Nearby Queen Hill held only 5 human skulls together with 24 dog skulls. A short distance away, Wideford Hill produced an empty chamber. On the northern islands, the contrasts continue. Quoinus mirrors the architecture of Quanternus, but follows a pattern closer to Isbister, with only a small group of people and some missing skulls. Stalled cairns dominate this part of the archipelago and show their own internal mix. Midhow contained 9 complete crouched bodies set carefully within its compartments, separate piles of bones from 10 other people, and 6 isolated skulls. One crouched body had a pigeon's egg tucked into the armpit. Holm of Papa Westre combined crouched and disarticulated burials. Corcoy amassed nearly 70 individuals with most bones separated. Burre mingled around 24 people with the remains of 7 dogs. Noe of Yarso stacked skulls neatly to one side and mixed the rest of the bones with large quantities of red deer remains, while Unstan yielded a small number of people with a sizable collection of pots, all in pieces. Blackhammer went further, bringing together human bone with sheep, cattle, deer, gannet, cormorant, and pink-footed goose. Interpreting this menagerie is not straightforward. Totem explanations that link a monument's main animal to a clan identity break down when some tombs have no animal bones at all, and others contain many species. The idea of personal spirit companions faces the same problem. More recent fieldwork has complicated the evidence base itself. At the point of Cot, a mixed assemblage of human and animal bone turned up. Yet otters had used the chamber in recent times, and some of the animal material was clearly modern. Over thousands of years, vacant tombs can shelter wildlife and accumulate carcasses and dragged bones. That possibility clouds claims about which animals were truly placed with the dead. Another proposal suggests that a few very crowded tombs functioned as charnel repositories that gathered bones from other monuments during periods of social or political reorganization. If so, present deposits could be far removed from original patterns, and our picture of funerary custom grows even harder to reconstruct with confidence. One distinction that does show through concerns pottery styles and monument types. Stalled cairns cluster on the northern islands and tend to feature a ceramic tradition that is local to northern Scotland. Developed passage graves concentrate on the main island and are linked to a pottery style distributed widely across Britain. That contrast hints at differences in outward connections and cultural horizons. Yet both monument types appear near each other, and Neolithic Orkney shows no clear sign of intergroup conflict. Diversity within each category rivals the differences between them. Mise Howe crowns the sequence, set on good farmland near the heart of the main island. Its scale implies cooperative labor on an island-wide level. It could represent political and religious consolidation. It could be a shared ceremonial focus for many groups who kept their own traditions. It could be a grand statement designed to draw traders and pilgrims. Later, Viking intrusions emptied the chamber of any decisive Neolithic clues, so the questions remain open. While Orkney reached this creative peak, new tomb styles appeared elsewhere. Around the Moray Firth, the Clava cairns combined passage graves, ring cairns, and encircling stone rings. Excavated examples hold only small traces from 1 or 2 individuals, which suggests token deposition. On the western edge of Britain and in eastern Ireland, entrance graves formed low circular mounds with a single broad passage leading straight into a chamber. Several seem to contain complex deposits of earth, pottery, flint, and bone, rather than clear burial sets, which points to late use within the long tradition of tomb building. The most enduring new Irish form was the wedge tomb, a rectangular chamber within a mound that narrows from one end to the other. Hundreds survive, most in the west but scattered across the island. Excavations show a preference for cremation, small numbers of individuals per tomb, and modest offerings. These monuments begin before 3000, and in the far southwest continue into the second millennium, long after other megalithic styles fade. Around the same horizon, the ritual landscape in much of Britain begins to shift away from burial architecture. Linear earthworks known as cursuses appear, long and narrow with parallel banks and ditches stretching for miles in some cases. Dozens are known across a diagonal belt from Dorset through the Thames Valley and up toward Yorkshire and into Scotland. They take shape between roughly 3,400 and 3,000. The method of construction is well understood. The purpose is not. Deposits placed in their ditches echo those at Causeway enclosures. Regional patterns diverge. Wessex favors very large, long-lived examples, including a Dorset monument nearly 7 miles in length and a Salisbury Plain counterpart almost 2. The Thames Valley and Yorkshire tend toward smaller lengths and grouped layouts. Some sites include post rings or pit circles within the enclosure. A few were probably used only once. Others were pieced together over time in sections. Many align with river terraces. Their ends vary in form. Some held cremations, a few complete bodies, others scattered human bone, and many none at all. Processions seem likely. Beyond that, the functions are probably multiple and regionally specific. Alongside cursuses, a host of rectangular enclosures and long mortuary precincts reflect the same ceremonial trend. In several regions, these appear near or in dialogue with the last earthen long barrows. Some late long mounds contain no human remains at all and carry only carefully placed cattle bones or skulls. Oval and oblong mounds become more common and sometimes cover only a token burial. Bank barrows arise in Dorset as vast raised rectangles without burials, likely serving as platforms or turning points for ritual movement. Scholars have offered competing explanations. One story emphasizes rising elites and increasingly selective burial under great mounds. A second suggests a shift in authority from ancestral sanction to prestige rooted in personal achievement and networks of exchange. A third notes that the monuments themselves may have taken on the full weight of ritual power, reducing the need for human remains at all. Whatever the deeper cause, by 3000 the long-standing cycle of chambered tombs, earthen long barrows, causewayed enclosures, and cursuses fades across most of Britain, while new circular precincts come to the fore. These are the ring ditches, ring banks, and above all the henges. Henges are defined by a bank outside and a ditch inside, an arrangement that marks them as ceremonial spaces rather than defensive forts. Early dates come from widely separated regions, which prevents a single point of origin. More than 300 are known across Britain, with a handful in eastern Ireland. They are concentrated in certain zones, sparse in others, and are usually set in low ground near watercourses. Most have 2 entrances. A few have 1. Rare examples have 3. Their diameters range from very small to vast. All belong to the early 3rd millennium, and many sit near the ends of cursuses, continuing in use after the long enclosures fell silent. Groups of henges sometimes line up in rows or cluster on a single site. Excavations confirm that they were built and used during the centuries when the island's ritual life pivoted from long linear forms and house-shaped mounds to circles and rings that framed new ways of assembling the living and commemorating the dead. Henges arrived fast and wide across Britain. Dates from eastern Scotland and Orkney trail the earliest English examples by only a little, suggesting a swift take-up. As with earlier monument types, local tastes shaped what got built. Wessex went big. The Thames Valley and the Midlands tended toward compact rings. Somerset produced larger ones. Yorkshire mixed sizes. Sussex skipped henges altogether and kept making causewayed enclosures. West Wales favored small henges edged with stones at their banks and gateways. In Orkney, the vast Stennis henge rose in the same era as Maze How, while in England the move into henge building coincided with the fading of chambered tombs and earthen long barrows. As with cursuses and enclosures, henges probably served multiple roles. Some may not have been sacred sites, in a narrow sense at all. Even with regional quirks, henges are more standardized than the tombs. The hallmark plan, a circular bank outside a ditch, broken by two opposing entrances, shows up almost everywhere. Inside, people placed familiar ritual refuse, animal bone, old potsherds, and flint. Odds and ends you might also find on a domestic midden, now redeployed as consecrating deposits, boundary magic, or clan tokens. Variations abound. At Stennis, a central dump of offerings was capped with seaweed, and the ditch held burnt and unburnt wolf, dog, and ox bones, a slate disc, pottery, and human fragments. Landegui yielded local and Cumbrian axes, and a cremation. Barford produced quernstones. At Gorsey Bigbury, a woman, child, and man were laid in a stone cist by the entrance, later reopened and scattered into the ditch, the male skull left in the box. Moncrief's builders dug 9 internal pits and left them empty. Many henges carried inner rings of timber or stone posts. Those rings increasingly took center stage, and by the late 3rd to early 2nd millennium, BC stone circles had peeled away as freestanding monuments. About 700 survive in Britain, and more than 260 in Ireland, nearly half concentrated in Cork and Kerry. Their durability skews our sense of importance. Stones endure, whereas earth and wood decay. So grand lost henges or timber rings can be invisible today. Building a typical stone ring was relatively achievable with antler picks, sledges, and ropes. A small crew could raise hundreds of 1-ton uprights in weeks. Dating is tricky. Few circles have secure primary deposits, but a handful of cases suggest stone rings inside henges by approximately 3000 BC and independent circles by approximately 2500 BC. Forms vary. Big or small stones, tight or wide spacing, true circles or eggs, ellipses, single, double, or concentric rings, central or outlying monoliths. Broad regional flavors emerge. Orkney and the far north favor few, very large uprights. The Atlantic facade from Hebrides to Cornwall tends toward many large, loosely spaced stones. Northeast Scotland's recumbent circles grade heights carefully and set one long slab low in the southern arc. Dartmoor hosts snug, small rings, often with central features. Perfect circles cluster in southwest England, Wessex, and northeast Scotland. Egg-shaped layouts spread around Cornwall, Devon, Wales, and Scotland. Irish rings mirror many British types. Cork and Kerry concentrate small rings with tall portal stones and a southwestern recumbent, close cousins of the northeast Scottish style. Distribution hints at different social landscapes. Wessex rings are gigantic and widely spaced, as if serving large territories. Northeast Scotland and southwest Ireland scatter small rings densely on good soils, as if many family groups built their own. East Anglia and the southeast, despite dense settlement and available stone, largely ignored both henges and circles. Interpretation is hampered by sparse finds, later reuse, temples becoming graveyards centuries on, and the invisibility of timber predecessors. Coves, U-shaped settings of 3 great stones, appear only at a handful of elite sites from Orkney to Dorset. They were not burial places and yielded little material, perhaps echoing the forecourts of earlier chambered tombs, though their exact role is unknown. Folktales of petrified dancers, or sportsmen, likely reflect early modern obsessions with Sabbath breaking rather than deep prehistoric memory. Wessex's superhenges dominate the story. Avebury, Marden, Durrington Walls, and Mount Pleasant form a sweeping arc of vast lowland precincts, often near rivers, all active in the mid-3rd millennium BC. Their scale dwarfs anything built in the preceding 4 centuries, marking a rapid re-centralization after a long lull. Around Avebury, a small timber circle, the Sanctuary, was rebuilt circa 2700 BC for non-domestic use. Nearby, Silbury Hill, Europe's largest prehistoric mound, rose in stages. A turf and object-strewn nucleus encircled by fence, then coats of gravel and 7 chalk drums, expanded twice and finally smoothed, with the top step never fully filled. Its contents, antlers, bones, stones, twigs, match ritual rubbish seen in henge ditches. Comparable, though smaller, mounds dot Marden, Arborlow, Knowlton, and elsewhere. Their purpose remains opaque. Platforms for rites, symbolic mounds echoing round barrows, or abstract emblems in a worldview we no longer grasp. Avebury itself likely began as a wide stone ring with a central monolith, soon joined by a northern ring centered on a massive cove. Around 2500 BC, both were enclosed within a colossal bank, a 35-foot deep ditch, and an outer stone circuit of roughly 100 megaliths, the largest ring in Britain. The ditch received antler picks, shaped stone discs, and many human bones, carefully grouped. At the same time, the sanctuary blossomed into 2 monumental timber rings. Marden combined a horseshoe henge with a giant mound on its riverside edge. Durrington Walls, bigger in area than Avebury, hosted great timber structures and settlement debris alongside ritual pit fills, perhaps a combined ceremonial center and seasonal residential hub, even a training ground for specialists. Mount Pleasant matches it in ambition, mixing henge earthworks with a large timber circle. Ditch deposits again include antlers, chalk phallus and balls, and a human skull. A more modest ring bank with outside ditch rose near the southern end of the Salisbury Plain Cursus, between approximately 3200 and approximately 2800 BC. By approximately 2600 BC, 56 internal pits received carefully separated deposits. Flint with flint, antler with antler, animal separate from human long bones, and 2 cremations flanked the entrances. The site was then abandoned as focus shifted to Durrington. Later rebuildings would turn this modest ring into Stonehenge. Beyond Wessex, Forteviot, Tayside, built a riverside complex akin to Marden, while Meldon Bridge, Peeblishire, threw up a massive timber palisade across a river neck, perhaps ceremonial, perhaps defensive. Meanwhile, the Yorkshire Wolds reinvented burial. Just before 3000 BC, long barrows ceased abruptly, replaced by large round mounds. Whether inspired by news of grand passage graves or driven by local change, the message is clear. Elite graves take center stage. Most late Neolithic people in the region were cremated without mounds or goods. By contrast, the central inhumations in the big round mounds are almost all adult males, unburned and lavishly equipped. Jet beads, arrowheads, antler maces, boar tusks, and sometimes accompanied by other humans. Duggleby Howe shows the new script in full. Builders raised a huge chalk mound, built a timber mortuary house within, and laid out a man with pigment and goods. Then they packed a shaft above him. Mid-fill they placed a youth's skull with a troubling hole. At the top, a small child. A nearby grave held a 50-year-old man with weapons, animal bones, beaver teeth, and boar tusks. A youth and child were tucked into the fill. A 70-year-old lay beside the shaft, head propped to look down, holding a translucent flint like a crystal. Later, a 60-year-old was added with further youth and child companions, and a fresh set of prestige items. Around them lay mixed piles of human and animal bone. The whole was capped with more chalk and blue clay and studded with over 50 cremations. 5,000 tons of monument dedicated to the memory and power of a few. Similar big mounds at Willie Howe and Wold Newton held many burials, but no princely core. Perhaps communal cemeteries or cenotaphs. Rich graves also appear under small barrows and within simple ring ditches. In the later Neolithic, a new funerary fashion radiated out from the Yorkshire wolds. Single persons laid to rest with personal items beneath circular mounds. From there, it reached Derbyshire and the Thames corridor, and in time, Wessex. Archaeologists have identified dozens of these early round barrows for England and Wales. The associated habit of using ring ditches spread with the idea, turning up by the close of the period as far west as North Wales and as far north as Cumbria. Such shifts almost certainly followed the lines of movement for goods and people, including Ridgeway tracks along the Chilterns and Berkshire Downs. North of the Tees and across Scotland, late Neolithic graves are mostly absent, apart from a small cremation ground inside the cairn papal Henge, and later additions to certain Orkney tombs. Yet symbols of rank that accompanied southern burials, like jet jewelry and antler maces, still reached Scottish communities, showing that prestige objects moved even where the new burial rite did not. Along the Thames, the round barrow rite took hold, while some long barrows were still active, then grew as the long mounds faded. In Cranbourne Chase, the round mound form arrived late, and people did not embrace solitary graves there. Wiltshire sits between those stories. There, long barrows were being abandoned before round barrows appeared, and the earliest round mounds often held groups of the dead. In Gloucestershire, a single pit under the soldier's grave contained more than 40 individuals. The emphasis on one person and rich burial kits came later than the mound form itself. Even so, one constant ran through the age. Most people left little trace as formal burials. What did change was where rites took place. As with other ceremonies, funerals increasingly unfolded within circular precincts. By the mid-3rd millennium, Britain's main production zones were busy and networked. Flint mines in Wiltshire, Sussex, and Norfolk supplied blades and cores widely. Axe workshops in Cumbria, North Wales, Cornwall, and the Cheviots distributed polished tools far from their sources. Finds of clustered axe heads in Essex and Suffolk estuaries point to regular boat traffic. Pottery also shows a web of contact layered over local custom. Many regional wares existed, but two styles carried exceptional weight. Peterborough ware, first popular in southern England, spread broadly. Grooved ware, likely born in Orkney, also swept across much of Britain. Where both appeared together, their use hints at taste and status as well as ritual choices. In Wessex, the same communities that once offered Peterborough pots at sacred places began to deposit grooved ware too, often reserving it for the largest gathering sites like Marden and Durrington. Avebury is a striking outlier, with little enthusiasm for grooved wear. In the Thames Valley, people offered both styles side by side. In East Anglia and the East Midlands, both styles entered ceremonial pits, even where there were few or no grand sanctuaries. East Yorkshire, despite its influence on burial fashions, did not place either wear at cult sites. West Wales seems to have channeled exchange toward Ireland rather than England. In Scotland and Orkney, grooved wear concentrated at the grandest ritual centers. The transformation of monuments after about 3,200 was not driven by newcomers. There is no sign of a population replacement in the early 3rd millennium. Local forms evolved, and even as certain monument types fell out of favor, they continued to draw attention for a while. People placed offerings of pottery, animal bone, and human fragments in the decaying ditches of old causewayed enclosures during the first centuries of the 3rd millennium. The West Kennet chambers, perhaps unused for a time around 3000, received later cremations and sherds of both major wares above older bone deposits. Similar late offerings cluster at other Cotswold long barrows. Orkney communities even continued placing bones inside a few tombs down to the 2nd millennium. New round barrows often gravitated to the vicinity of old long mounds, creating dense ritual landscapes where relationships between structures must have mattered, even if the pattern escapes us now. Places like Long Meg and her daughters in Cumbria sit amid an archipelago of banks, rings, and enclosures, but the logic binding them remains obscure. Against that thread of continuity stands a clear break. Across most of Britain, by 3000, no fresh megalithic tombs or earthen long barrows were built, and by 2500, the offerings at such places stopped as well. Orkney was the great exception, where construction tapered later, and Maes Howe may be one of the last. Even there, by the mid-3rd millennium, many tombs were decisively closed. Entrances were sealed, capstones prized off, chambers crammed with rock, and pavements laid around them for ceremonies held outside. Some tombs seem to have been cleared before blocking, which explains why modern excavations occasionally find emptiness where a crowded chamber is expected. These actions feel like a deliberate redirection of devotion and authority. Whether clans chose to pool rites at shared centers or a rising leadership stamped out local cults is unresolved. Elsewhere, we see monuments overriding one another in ways that may be cooperative or competitive. In Anglesey, a henge was leveled and the fine tomb of Bryn Celli Dhu erected over it. That could represent a fusion of powers or a victory of one cult over another. At Callanish, a grand cruciform plan of stones and avenues stalled, and a small passage grave was placed inside the circle instead. That might signal a conservative countercurrent within an ambitious ceremonial project, or simply a change of plan. At Arbor Low, the builders dug sockets for a full circle, hauled all the stones to position, then left them fallen where they lay. We do not know why they stopped. Scholars have wrestled with why community tombs were displaced by circular arenas and sealed barrows for singled-out dead. Round barrows could host long public rites, yet once closed, they were not revisited like chambered tombs, and goods of rank were interred with individuals in a way previously unknown. One line of thought holds that inherited right anchored in the ancestors gave way to power embodied in living leaders who displayed prestige and were set apart in death as in life. Another suggests that shutting tombs created a fixed ancestry, a limited pantheon of forebears whose authority stabilized the rule of present elites. Others argue for a religious redirection that put less emphasis on the dead. Any explanation must reckon with the late Neolithic rise in high-status male graves and the persistence of ritual bone deposits around Henges. Were those human fragments at Henges a new channel for an old tradition, or merely one ingredient among many in a broad ceremonial cuisine? Why did areas like Mar in northeast Scotland, where small circles seem almost household scale, abandon tombs at the same time as regions dominated by giant communal centers? Why did Western Ireland continue to build tombs when much of Britain turned to rings and barrows? Why did populous, well-connected eastern counties build only modest sanctuaries while adopting fashionable objects? The evidence frames the questions more sharply than it supplies answers. As the late Neolithic rolled on toward its celebrated climax and eventual unraveling, Britain's sacred geography became more circular, more segmented by ring and ditch, and more focused on distinct persons in death. Even as the older habit of talking to the dead through bones and offerings persisted in changed forms. Over the last decade, archaeologists have largely abandoned the tidy ladder of stone, bronze, and Iron Ages as distinct worlds. The biggest breaks now look like mid-period pivots rather than clean bookends. That rethink also undercut the old tale of a late Neolithic Beaker people sweeping in with new monuments and a sky god faith. Better dating showed henges, stone rings, and round barrows were already unfolding long before Beaker pottery and kit became fashionable. What spread from the continent was a package of status goods: big-bellied cups, archers' wrist guards, barbed flint arrows, copper daggers, buttons, and a little gold, that existing communities adopted at different speeds between about 2,500 and 2,000. Seen on the ground, the later Neolithic reads as acceleration and refurbishment rather than invasion. In Wessex, Avebury's giant circuit was still being finished when Beaker pots appear. The wooden rings at the sanctuary were replaced by twin stone rings. A young adolescent was laid by a stone socket as a foundation victim, and long processional avenues in megaliths stitched the complex together. A small, deformed woman was interred at Avebury's south entrance. A similarly vulnerable young woman was placed in the ditch at Marden. Whether honored figures or expendable bodies offered up, their graves signal a harsher ritual edge. Nearby, Durrington Walls gained its own roofed timber shrine, now called Woodhenge, where a 3-year-old with a skull split by an axe was set as the founding sacrifice. When Durrington and Woodhenge were abandoned, effort pivoted to a modest, decayed henge on the chalk plain. Its bank and ditch were renewed. A new avenue was cut toward the midsummer sunrise and toward Durrington, and a young man wearing an archer's wrist guard was dumped in the ditch with arrow points still in his bones. From that rebuilding grew Stonehenge. Elsewhere, the same blend of novelty and memory played out. At Mount Pleasant in Dorset, the vast enclosure was reworked with a stone cove and an immense palisade of oak posts that was as defensive as it was ceremonial, its post holes charged with antler picks, chalk balls and phalluses, axes, animal bones, and both decorated Neolithic and new Beaker wares. In Dorchester's Mombury rings, deep ritual pits were packed with stag skulls, human bone, carved chalk, flints, and ceramics, as if to load the place with power. Across Britain, people using Beaker gear continued to honor old places, inserting burials into earlier long barrows and chambered tombs, spreading sherds and bones in the ditches of ancient enclosures, camping against the flank of Newgrange, and even setting out a ring of stones around its mound before abandoning the effort. The message is continuity harnessed to change. Burial practice shifted in step. The classic Beaker grave, a single crouched body with a beaker and personal kit in a rock-cut grave or stone box, sometimes beneath a new round mound, took hold in many areas. Men usually received weapons, women usually did not, and grave alignments often split by sex. Yet variation remained the rule. Many graves lack goods. Some cemeteries mix cremations and inhumations, and oddities abound, from crushed skeletons to bagged cremations placed in reused ring ditches. On Britain's western edge and in Ireland, the pattern diverged again. In Anglesey, late copies of earlier tombs still went up. In Ireland, Beaker pottery is common on settlements but almost absent from graves, and away from the southwest's wedge tomb heartland, burials can be hard to spot at all. Around 2000, the label Early Bronze Age arrives, but the ritual landscape simply keeps morphing. Farming pushed into the uplands, Dartmoor, Bodmin Moor, the Welsh Mountains, the North York Moors, the Highlands, southwest Ireland, and with it came adapted monument forms. Small stone circles and stone rows multiplied. Round barrows in the lowlands continued to grow, and in southern England, barrow styles diversified into bowls, bells linked to especially rich graves, and delicate disc barrows often chosen for high-status female interments. Beakers faded from the grave stage as food vessels, then urns took over, and cremation steadily displaced burial of intact bodies. Centers of weight shifted too. By the early second millennium, once dominant heartlands like the Boyne Valley, Orkney, the Cotswolds, and the Avebury zone had lost their edge, while the granite uplands of the far southwest and Wales, the Kilmartin Glen, counties Cork and Kerry, and the Curragh Plain thronged with rings, rows, cairns, and barrows. Meanwhile, huge spreads of barrows in places like the Yorkshire Wolds and the eastern counties showed dense populations without corresponding grand sanctuaries, a puzzle still unsolved. On the moors and in southwest Ireland, the new ritual geographies are striking. Small circles and long stone rows are spaced with surveyor's care, as if marking many tiny territories. Rings suit assemblies, rows suit processions. Communities chose one or the other as their signature, though their social roles may have overlapped. In Cork and Kerry, a third form, the wedge tomb, sits neatly among circles and rows. All 3 point southwest, toward sunset or moonrise, and where excavated each held a single cremation, like a dedicatory deposit. The picture is of a uniform local rite expressed through 3 equivalent architectures. On Dartmoor and Bodmin, there even seems to be a hierarchy. Single stones, cairns, and ring-shaped houses at the base. Then parish-scale rings and rows. Then big composite complexes, the cathedrals, in a network of ritual parishes. Excavations haven't unlocked a single tidy purpose for Bronze Age stone rings, but a few threads recur. Fires were kindled inside circles across their range, and bright quartz, already special at Newgrange, was scattered or buried at rings in southwest Wales, northeast Scotland, and southwest Ireland, hinting at a shared sense of its potency. Cremations occur in several regions, in Gwyned's Druid Circle, and widely in Mar, Cork, and Kerry. On the Curragh, a limestone pillar was planted beside the mingled cremated bones of a man and woman. Then a henge was cut around it, more likely a monument empowered by the dead than a memorial to them. Nearby, a henge's central pit, aligned with its twin entrances, held the contorted body of a young woman. An early pathologist argued she was buried alive, a claim modern scholars would treat cautiously. The Brumend of Critchy complex in Mar shows how intricate rites could be. A ring of 6 stones was set inside an older henge and beside a fresh, recumbent circle. A cremation pyre burned at the center. A deep shaft cut through the ash ended in a stone cyst that received the cremated remains together with the skull and long bones of a man who had died years earlier elsewhere. Whether that pairing filled a ritual requirement or served the needs of the deceased is unknown. Cairns in the rocky zones of Britain display the same taste for variety seen throughout prehistory. Even on a single moor, forms range from low rubble mounds to curbed platforms and central mounds in conspicuous and modest locations alike. In parts of Wales, ringed piles of stones may have been the solid equivalents of circles, and many cairns yield charcoal rather than human bone, suggesting shrines as much as tombs. The curbed and platformed cairns tend to occupy commanding viewpoints, and the few well-excavated examples have produced human remains with rich goods. Simpler cairns can hold lesser burials, sometimes inside a ring of stakes. Regional burial habit diverged sharply. North of the Tees, most early Bronze Age graves were flat and unmarked, while southern regions preferred round barrows. On the Yorkshire wolds, where the numbers allow comparison, practice is eclectic. Cremations in urns appear alongside 600-plus unburned bodies. Alignments vary, with east-west common, but far from standard. Crouched positions dominate, but straight and squatting occur. Most graves lack goods, some include them. 2 striking assemblages convey the choreography of death. On a Fife hilltop, fires and 8 pits received cremations, severed heads of adults and children, and discrete cists took crouched bodies, cremations, beakers, ornaments, and odds and ends of antler and stone, before a low round mound sealed the cluster. At Pond Cairn in Glamorgan, a sequence unfolded through the seasons. A spring cremation placed in an urn, a long pit filled with pebbles, a flint flake, and a child's burned bones. Paving laid for the urn, a second pit with a feeder trench charged with charcoal, bone fragments, and a sheep tooth. A turf mound raised. Summer brought a high ring cairn encircling the mound, ash scattered, and the space between stamped flat, perhaps by dancers. In autumn, a breach in the ring and a new pit received twigs dropped alight, followed by sheaves of grain and a small stone. Whether this honored a man or inaugurated a ritual calendar with sacrifice at its start is impossible to say. Stonehenge sits at the center of this era's fame and frustration. Early treasure digs wrecked its stratigraphy, rabbits did the rest, and even careful 20th century excavations cannot now restore a fine-grained sequence. What remains clear: a timber structure stood there towards the end of the 4th millennium. Major stone settings rose from around 2100 and reached their present plan by about 1500. The heel and slaughter stones belong with the first henge. The great sarsens came from the Marlborough Downs and were shaped with a carpenter's logic: mortise and tenon joints, leveled lintels, an audacious transfer of woodworking to stone. Yet haste and missteps show through. A poorly footed trilithon toppled, an outer upright fell, broke, and was clumsily restacked before collapsing again. 2 untouched circuits of sockets hint at plans abandoned. The small blue stones are stranger still. Geology rules out a local source. They were dragged at least 200 miles from Preseli and worked on site. Detritus suggests they were first destined for settings at or near the Cursus, and at least one was prepared for use as a linteled jamb, Yet no other circle in Britain or in Preseli favors this soft, weathering material. Why they mattered so much here, likely for a millennium before their final setting, remains one of prehistory's deeper puzzles. The social landscape fits the monument's aura. Stonehenge's inner space is compact and screened, implying ceremonies for few. Around it, ridge-lined cemeteries of round barrows hold lavishly equipped men and women, hinting at dynastic elites who buried symbols of wealth and power with their dead. The pattern suggests two phases of conspicuous burial, roughly 2,100 to 1,900 and 1,600 to 1,400, with a quieter interval between. Meanwhile, Wessex's older ceremonial giants faded or were forcibly eclipsed. Durrington and Marden were abandoned. Avebury's great complex saw little activity after about 2000, and its region supplied Sarsens to build Stonehenge. A later field wall cut through the avenue to the sanctuary, a blunt sign that sanctity had ended. At Mount Pleasant, the massive palisade was torched around 1900, and the place deserted. In the broader region, a more everyday culture of farmers cremated their dead and tucked urns into fields or older mounds, while the plains elite continued to stage grandeur in stone and gold. Trying to generalize beyond this risks caricature. The same century can look utterly different in Cork and in Suffolk. Isolated spectacular rites show what was imaginable, not what was routine. Earlier narratives that opposed an earthy Neolithic goddess to a Bronze Age of sky worship and patriarchy are too neat. In the Aegean, women and goddesses were visibly prominent in sacred imagery, but power shares and priestly roles are still debated. In the Near East, mixed pantheons prevailed. Indo-European linguistic reconstructions promised a master key to ancient belief, but never delivered consensus. For Britain and Ireland, the imagery is mostly abstract. One motif that does stand out is the cross within a circle, later called the Celtic cross, which likely began in the Carpathian region around 3000 on pottery, spread across Europe in the Beaker horizon, and became a hallmark of Irish goldwork traded widely, even into Wessex graves. Rock art in Ireland and northern Britain favors cup marks and concentric rings, often combined into classic cup and ring carvings, and frequent axe-head figures that compress both tool and weapon into a compact emblem of authority. A wavering swastika on Ilkley Moor is an early outlier for a shape that would travel far. Scandinavian rocks echo some of this with wheels and crosses borne on shields, carts, chariots, horses, and ships, images that all but declare a solar reading, and with brandished axes as icons of potency. British cup marks lack clear northern parallels, and the meanings of rings, cups, and axes remain unpinned. As for the island's labyrinths and turf mazes, romance outpaces evidence. They are hard to date, rarely sit inside prehistoric ritual complexes, and often prove historic. The terraces on Glastonbury Tor, beloved as a spiral processional way by modern seekers, read to archaeologists as ordinary field lynchettes, and excavations on the summit found early medieval occupation rather than prehistoric sanctuaries. Until the terraces themselves are tested, that vision remains a modern pilgrimage rather than a Bronze Age path. In Argyll's Kilmartin Glen, art and monuments seem deliberately choreographed across the landscape. The gorge at the south entrance is studded with carved rock panels, as if marking or sanctifying the approach. One outcrop carries well over 100 cup marks and a cluster of cup and ring motifs. Deeper in the valley, the cairn at Rhycruin held a stone coffin whose inner slab is etched with axe shapes. Another slab shows a rake-like form that many compare to the oared boats common in Scandinavian Bronze Age scenes, inviting thoughts of solar barges or vessels for the dead, though nothing proves that reading. Nearby, at Ballymenoch, long stone rows include uprights almost carpeted with cup and ring carvings. North of Rhycruin, a circular setting with paired monoliths shows more cups and ringed cups, and a later cairn held 2 coffins, one with a single cup mark. A small ring to the west bears a double spiral on its northern stone. Another cairn farther north contained a large coffin, whose capstone underside is packed with cup marks and axe symbols, seemingly intended to honor or empower the person within. Whether cups signaled night, the moon, or longevity, and axes wealth, status, or martial strength remains guesswork. Stonehenge offers a second vantage on how art, objects, and ritual centers intersected. Local barrows produced goods that echo Breton fashions, including gold-studded dagger hilts and knobbed cups. Inside the monument, one great upright bears a crisp carving of a dagger flanked by 2 axe heads that match Breton types, reinforcing links to funerary imagery seen in Brittany's gallery graves. 2 faint outlines on other inner stones have been read as schematic divine figures, like those in Brittany, prompting the idea that Stonehenge hosted rites for the dead under the patronage of a goddess, perhaps even that the trilithons were conceived as the parted thighs of a birth-giver through which light emerges. The shapes, though, are too ambiguous to clinch the case. Grave assemblages raise the possibility of religious specialists. A burial at Upton Lovell covered an adult man dressed with fringes of perforated bone and accompanied by fine stone axes, boar's tusks, pale flints, and exotic pebbles. At Yulgreave, a man lay with dog and horse teeth beneath his head and a bronze disc on his chest, plus an axe, quartz pebbles, and porphyry. Cremated remains from a lost barrow near Stonehenge were mixed with 4 small bronze plates colored and incised with simple shapes that look like counters or lot-casting pieces. Such kits resemble the pouches of bone and plant curios found with Scandinavian individuals who are widely taken as shamans. In Britain, the signal is weaker. These items could be charms, prestige gear, or aids for the journey after death, rather than badges of office, and the line between political and religious authority may not have been drawn. A youth at Garton Slack, for instance, was interred with quartz pebbles in his hand, pork by the elbow, boar's tusks before the face, a clay dye behind the head, lumps of yellow pigment, and a tiny pot placed in the mouth with a small animal, a mix that feels more like family ritual and protection than a formal priestly kit. Boat-related graves add another layer of ambiguity. Timber canoes or boat-shaped cuts occur from Fife to Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. They invite the image of a soul ferried beyond this world, yet they may simply be practical coffins where stone was scarce. British rock art does not foreground boats like the Scandinavian panels do, so there is no single clear symbolic language to anchor that reading. Taken together, the material points to belief systems that likely included solar and perhaps lunar themes, and to ritual experts who looked more like tribal medicine people than a separate clergy. One natural next step is to ask how precisely monuments align with the sky. Many mid-Neolithic tombs face the path of the sun or moon, and around the turn of the 4th to 3rd millennium, remarkably exact orientations were achieved at places such as Newgrange, Maes Howe, and the earliest structure on the Stonehenge site. cross-cultural evidence shows that fairly small-scale societies can track sun, moon, and stars with care, sometimes setting the farming year by celestial markers or maintaining solstice calendars. It also warns against assuming every society does so, or that calendars imply astronomer priests, or that circles of timber or stone were needed for observations. For Britain and Ireland, all this encourages the expectation of sky-aware monuments without predetermining how observation tied into worship, timekeeping, or authority. Debate over prehistoric sky-watching in Britain moved from cautious suggestion to high drama in the 1960s, due largely to Alexander Thom. A retired engineer with a gift for fieldwork, he surveyed a vast number of stone circles and rows across Britain, Ireland, and parts of France. From these measurements, he drew two bold conclusions. First, he argued that builders used a consistent unit of length, the so-called megalithic yard, and that many rings were laid out as precise circles, ellipses, and egg shapes by deliberate design. Second, he claimed the monuments functioned as observatories, with stones sited on distant landforms or artificial markers to track the sun, the moon, and particular stars. Earlier writers had linked Stonehenge to astronomy, and Gerald Hawkins had gone further by proposing eclipse prediction, but Thom's grand scope gave the idea fresh momentum. In the 1970s, Ewan McKee extended this vision, suggesting a learned religious stratum comparable to the priest astronomers of the Maya, with the largest henges imagined as colleges or monasteries. He also promoted a dramatic case at Kintraw in Argyll, where he said a built terrace allowed an alignment from a standing stone to a midwinter setting behind a mountain peak. Most archaeologists initially kept quiet. Many felt unqualified to challenge technical astronomy and statistics, while noting at the same time that Thom himself was not trained in archaeology or archaeoastronomy. Obvious problems could be spotted without specialist knowledge. Stone rings are superb ceremonial arenas, but awkward instruments for accurate observing, where a single sightline or a tidy row does better. Claimed alignments varied wildly from site to site, hitting different targets at different times. Critics pointed out that if one draws enough lines to the horizon, sooner or later one lands on some sunrise, sunset, moonrise, moonset, or star position. In complexes with multiple stones or cairns, singling out one block as the crucial marker left the roles of the others mysterious. The grand claim of a mathematically tidy landscape also jarred with many ground plans that look lopsided and improvised, more like vast enclosures traced by eye than perfect geometries. Even the famed avenue from Avebury to the sanctuary, often likened to a serpent, seems to have been built as a sequence of straight pushes rather than a single continuous curve. By the late 1970s, a serious cross-disciplinary critique had formed. John Barnett and Gordon Moyer observed that many rings Thom measured as eggs or ellipses look circular in person. Barnett asked students to mark out circles using only their sense of proportion. The results produced shapes that felt round to the builders, but surveyed as eggs and ellipses. Statistical work by J.D. Patrick and C.S. Wallace suggested it was vastly more likely the prehistoric layouts were done by eye than by precise rope and peg geometry. Douglas Hege examined Thom's mathematics and judged it unsound. He left a small opening for the possibility of a consistent unit of measure, but thought the odds weak. The physical record offered no measuring rods from Britain, and only one doubtful notched stick from Denmark, which further undermined the idea of a standardized yard carried widely across Atlantic Europe. A more modest and locally grounded approach came from Aubrey Burrell, who noticed that barrows and rings in different regions seem to follow different counting habits that also shift over time. In the Avebury area, for example, late long barrows appear to have been built in repeated small fenced bays that suggest a base of 3, while phases at the nearby sanctuary look more like a base of 4. This fits the strongly regional character of British monument building far better than a single pan-megalithic standard. The astronomical side of Tom's case also faltered. Stellar targets drift across the sky over long spans of time, so one must know the exact date of a monument to test a star alignment. There is no way to date most rings and rows so precisely, and Tom's estimates predated major revisions to radiocarbon calibration, which made his star solutions untenable. Clive Ruggles reviewed the lunar claims and found many either dubious or untestable. He noted that the sheer number of possible horizon features lets a surveyor cherry-pick matches. Henge confirmed that this selection effect crippled the statistics. Wire added that Tom sometimes misreported the visible skyline, omitting features that did not help, and occasionally using ones that cannot be seen unaided. McKee's Kintraw platform came under fire as well, with objections that the terrace might be natural and that the proposed midwinter view was not, in fact, obtainable. A later attempt to rescue the grand thesis reinterpreted the famous gold lozenge from Bush Barrow near Stonehenge as a long-term sky diagram. The idea is clever, but without firm context, it does not overcome the broader issues. Where does that leave the relationship between monuments and the sky? Most rings, rows, and all the known three-stone coves do not offer clear and consistent solar or lunar sightlines. Star-based readings are essentially out of reach. Avebury is hamstrung by missing stones and its massive inner bank, which blocks large swathes of horizon. Stonehenge presents the opposite problem. So many sightlines have been proposed that the result is a tangle of competing schemes. Some can be rejected on archaeological grounds. Others contradict each other, yet cannot be conclusively tested. Even the famous heel stone is now debated. Many accept it once framed the midsummer sunrise with a matching stone on the opposite side of the entrance. Burrell has suggested instead that the heel block was moved, and that the arrangement may relate to the moon rather than the sun, with a fan of temporary posts tracking the lunar rises through the year, and the southern entrance set on the arc where the moon reaches greatest height. No single astronomical reading commands broad consensus. The most productive work has turned to tight regional studies. Burrell's survey of 2 successions in northeast Scotland is a good example. The Clava cairns, broadly contemporary with developed passage graves elsewhere, tend to face toward the southwest quarter, a range wide enough to catch the major and minor lunar standstills. Later, recumbent stone circles place their long horizontal block on the arc from south-southeast to southwest. The disk of the moon would pass low over that block between its 2 tall flankers. Burrell suggested monthly. Nighttime rites are plausible. He extended the comparison to rings in southwest Ireland and contrasted them with Irish wedge tombs, whose narrow southwestern focus might tie to winter sunsets. That would neatly explain why both types sit in the same landscapes. Even here, caution is needed. Castledon has argued that the recumbent blocks could simply face the warmest part of the day's sun. The moon invites attention because it changes more dramatically and is easily watched at night, and it carries long associations with darkness and death. The sun is the obvious source of light and growth at these latitudes. Anne Lynch's systematic check of Cork and Kerry Rings yields mixed results as well. One set of criteria shows a minority of rings pointing to a handful of lunar and solar targets. Another set recognizes more matches, split between standstills and solstices. The pattern suggests sky cues mattered to some builders some of the time, but that there was no single canonical scheme. A fair conclusion would be this. Many late Neolithic and early Bronze Age communities treated the horizon and the heavens as part of the symbolic grammar of their monuments. Some structures fold in simple solar or lunar references that could have anchored seasonal rites or moon-watching sequences. The grand vision of precision observatories, a universal measuring yard, and a roaming priesthood of astronomer sages does not survive scrutiny. What does survive is a more local, more human picture. Builders worked mainly by eye. They adapted forms to nearby hills and water, to inherited sacred places, and to local ideas about numbers and order. Where alignments seem deliberate, they probably served practical and ceremonial calendars rather than pure science, and they varied from valley to valley. Many stone rings seem to nod to the sky, and builders repeatedly favored the southwest. At Longmeg in Cumbria, an entrance lines up with the midwinter sunset. Rings at Ballinnoe in County Down, the Druid Circle in Gwynedd, and the stipple stones on Bodmin Moor open towards the west-southwest. Several Cornish circles and the Beltany Ring in Donegal place their tallest stone there, and the Leo's Circle in Limerick frames that sector with two great uprights opposite its entry. Some have linked this direction to the late autumn sunset that later anchored the greatest Irish festival, perhaps echoing deeper tradition. Yet most of these sightlines are loose, and drawing a grand picture from scattered, variably recorded features risks repeating the very pitfalls critics found in overconfident alignment hunting. After decades of measurement and debate, the stone rings of the early Bronze Age relate to the heavens with the same hedging, outliers, and unanswered questions that surround the Neolithic tombs. None matches the clean, theatrical marriage of architecture and solstice light achieved at Newgrange. Even so, the bold programs of Alexander Thom and Ewan McKee left a long shadow beyond universities. Their work energized a parallel current often called Earth Mysteries, or alternative archaeology, which gravitates to the era of stone circles and treats it as a key to recovering lost ways of seeing. Professional scholars have mostly ignored or dismissed this literature, sometimes too briskly. The alternative scene mixes a romantic attachment to ancient places with frustration at modern life. Its authors often describe moments of deep connection in moonlight by a mound or ring and take those moments as validation. Many pair that feeling with criticism of urban habits, technocratic thinking, and environmental damage, and they look to prehistoric knowledge for a more humane compass. The goal is not only to understand the past, but to use it for renewal now. There is also a strong streak of dissent from mainstream authority. Some writers mistrust churches, patriarchal orders, or capitalist priorities, and many draw freely across eras and continents, linking British circles, Mediterranean cults, Asian philosophies, and tribal practices into a single fabric of perennial wisdom. Where archaeologists stop at the limits of evidence, alternative authors favor imaginative synthesis and experiential testing. A narrative that feels enabling is treated as worthy to try and practice at a site, with participation part of the proof. Within that world are several strands. A few hold tightly to ideas that sit outside any historical conversation, such as ancient visitors from distant civilizations or revelations received directly from the dead. Most, though, develop three overlapping themes. One is a prehistoric golden age centered on a great goddess. Another is a chain of hidden wisdom transmitted through marginal or persecuted groups in antiquity and the Middle Ages. The third concerns earth energies and alignments, the terrain most tied to stone circles and lays. Straight alignments linking old sites were noticed in the 19th century and returned to view in the early 20th through Alfred Watkins, who imagined a web of straight trade routes laid out across the English landscape and passing through prehistoric features, medieval churches, and Roman remains. Practical objections to straight roads over marsh and river led the idea to fade, only to revive mid-century among flying saucer enthusiasts who recast the alignments as aerial corridors. The big breakthrough into wider countercultural awareness came with John Michel, who reinterpreted alignments as akin to Chinese dragon paths, channels for a sacred vitality running through the land. From that moment, geomancy became a rallying concept in the alternative scene. Further embellishment soon arrived. The dowser Guy Underwood claimed that a concealed spring beneath circle centers could be found with rods. Tom Graves stepped in with a comparison to acupuncture, treating megaliths as stone needles regulating flows. By the late 1970s, many practitioners treated dowsing at ancient sites as a method for inner change as much as for fieldwork. At the same time, Michel produced a meticulous survey of West Penwith, threading a dense net of alignments through that rocky peninsula and setting a standard for alignment case studies that demanded a serious response. Tom's surveys and McKee's scholar-priest vision further emboldened hopes that academic consensus might swing toward a grand archaeoastronomy. It did not. As university researchers dismantled the stronger claims for prehistoric precision astronomy, the rift grew. Projects meant to detect energies at sites failed to persuade beyond the faithful. A reset came with Nigel Pennock and Paul Devereux, whose lines on the landscape assembled the most careful treatment of lays yet. They urged a cooler argument that might actually engage archaeologists. They also took aim at the more credulous corners of the movement, distancing themselves from New Age credos and discouraging talk of mysterious forces that only believers can detect. In their view, importing notions of energy without independent verification lets wishful thinking drive the interpretation of monuments and blinds researchers to what patient, replicable observation can really show. Whether this marks a lasting split within Earth mysteries remains to be seen, but it reflects a maturing conversation inside that community. What endures from all this is a more nuanced picture. Some circles likely play with sun or moon cues, the southwest often matters, and processions or seasonal rites may have been keyed to horizon events. Yet the record is messy. Regional habits differ, many alignments are rough, and efforts to impose a single grand geometry or universal energy grid have not survived scrutiny. The power of these places is undeniable, but it lies as much in local practice, landscape setting, and continuing human response as in any single master plan written in the stars. Modern Earth mysteries grew out of the late 60s counterculture, but its roots spread wider. It borrows from romanticized Celtic ideas, from selective readings of academic archaeology, and from a long strand of occult and conspiratorial writing. In the early 19th century, Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall stitched together a tale linking Gnostics, Cathars, Templars, Freemasons, and French revolutionaries as one continuous cabal against throne and altar. Radicals flipped his villains into heroes, and later writers like Eliphas Levi added the claim that this underground current guarded ancient occult knowledge with ritual systems dressed up as timeless tradition. That package fed late Victorian esoteric groups, and through them, modern popularizers such as John Michel. Another intellectual feed came from early anthropologists who treated primitive religion as universal and comparable across continents and millennia, encouraging the habit of lifting practices from far-flung cultures to explain places and times with no surviving testimony. While academia has since moved away from that method, it remains influential in alternative circles. Why the friction with universities today? Because they now emphasize differences between cultures, times, and landscapes, insist on evidence that others can check, and avoid grand syntheses that run ahead of the data. Where mainstream researchers accept that many pieces of the prehistoric jigsaw are missing, alternative writers often fill gaps with pieces borrowed from other puzzles, trimmed to fit a preferred picture. Silbury Hill as a harvest mound is one example of that approach. Another is the casual chain that turns Hermes into Thoth, then into Tutates, and finally into English place names for lookout hills, a sequence that sounds persuasive but collapses under scrutiny. A larger case is the recasting of dragons. Northern European tales treat them as foes to be slain. Chinese tradition reveres them as carriers of power. Mesopotamian myth pits a storm god against a monstrous serpent figure, and medieval Christians celebrated dragon-killing heroes. Alternative narratives blend these into a single emblem of earth energy and suppressed goddess worship, a modern composite rather than a view any one of those cultures would have recognized. Some writers also slide from suggestion to assertion. Claims have been made for ancient sea walls on the English coast or for Roman roads laid atop older, finer roads without offering hard evidence. A celebrated survey of West Penwith drew many straight lines through a mixed bag of prehistoric sites and later Christian crosses, inflating the chance of apparent patterns. When tested statistically, many alignments could arise randomly, and the inclusion of medieval material alongside megaliths made the exercise methodologically weak from the start. The wider critique of lays follows from this. The very word originally meant a clearing, not a line. Prehistoric building shows strong local character, change through time, and rough survey accuracy, all awkward for a vision of a single island-wide grid of straight tracks. Where lines are proposed, they usually rely on combining a few ancient monuments with Iron Age forts and many parish churches. Two defenses are offered. One says medieval builders consciously inherited and maintained prehistoric alignment science. That runs aground on the lack of written references in church records, heresy trials, or magical manuals. The other says churches later occupied earlier sacred spots by happenstance, and so accidentally preserved lines. That can be tested, but excavations under forts and churches rarely reveal older shrines, and famous examples of pagan sites Christianized are rare exceptions rather than a rule. Comparisons with China or the Americas, where deliberate long straightways or sacred alignments exist, actually underscore the problem. Those patterns are obvious in the record when they are real. Even so, belief in earth energies is sustained by personal experience. People report healing at circles, feelings of threat or awe at megaliths, or moments of crisis and renewal at ancient places. That testimony matters in spiritual terms, but does not substitute for verifiable evidence. A recent pragmatic turn within the movement acknowledges this. Some leading authors have distanced themselves from talk of invisible currents only detectable by believers, and urged a more sober, testable approach, even if that means losing allies who were drawn by the promise of transformative energies. The exchange between orthodox and alternative camps has been lopsided. The latter rely on academic fieldwork for site records and chronologies, and while alternative claims have not overturned scholarly models, there have been modest contributions. A few suggested alignments look plausible. Some regional guides born from lay hunting now serve as useful gazetteers. Dowsing, despite a checkered reputation, has occasionally helped field teams in practical ways, though modern geophysics has largely superseded it. In the end, the value of Earth mysteries as scholarship is limited by selective evidence, sweeping universals, and patchwork myth-making. Its lasting contribution may lie elsewhere. It keeps attention fixed on landscape, ritual space, and wonder. It reminds us that ancient places carry emotional charge, and it challenges researchers to explain clearly what can and cannot be known. Where it leans on careful survey and open methods, it can enrich local study. Where it trades in grand systems and untestable forces, it drifts from history into modern myth. The best contribution of Earth mystery writers may be the very thing scholars often mistrust: a willingness to imagine. Because prehistory is fragmentary, bold reconstructions can be useful, provided they rest on current evidence and mark the boundary where the facts end and conjecture begins. That line is hard to hold. A good example is Michael Dames's Avebury vision. He misreads some basics, such as claiming a water-filled ditch at Avebury and a serpentine ground plan at the sanctuary, then builds an elaborate reading that hangs on a four-festival Celtic scheme and identifies Silbury with a harvest feast. He crowns the argument by sketching a vast mother figure across the Avebury landscape by linking chosen features on a map. With so many prehistoric sites and natural forms in the area, many pictures could be traced. One might even draw a unicorn. The odds of his single pattern being right are slim, yet it attracts followers precisely because it is vivid. Having surveyed early Bronze Age ritual sites from many angles, the hard question is why they stop. Not just the building, but the use. The break in the later Bronze Age is abrupt. After roughly 1,500 years before the Common Era, no new ceremonial hubs appear anywhere across Britain or Ireland. By 1200, most existing complexes are silent, and round barrows dwindle. Even Stonehenge shows a stuttering late effort to extend its avenue that fizzles, and the monument soon falls out of use. In Ireland, a few places endure longer, with activity at Tyrone and in the southwest into the first millennium. But these are last flickers. New barrows, where they appear, shrink and lose grandeur. Cremation in urns continues, often added to older mounds or placed in flat cemeteries, sometimes clustered in small family-like groups, organized around a single, more notable burial. Yet by the later Bronze Age, even these cemeteries fade. For several centuries, there are almost no formal graves and no new public sanctuaries. That long tradition of visible sacred building appears to end. This is the kind of collapse historians see elsewhere. A system that looks robust for centuries unravels quickly. Old textbook answers invoked invasion, but recent thinking gives more weight to internal stresses. Several explanations are on the table. One is a geographic and economic pivot. Regions that had been cultural cores lose people and energy as soils tire and trade shifts. New zones thrive, especially along coasts and estuaries. But this alone does not explain why the new hubs did not revive the old monument habit, as it happened during earlier shifts. Another view says prestige moved from public architecture to flashy possessions. In this telling, the energy that once raised banks and circles was rechanneled into metalwork and personal display. A related argument ties monument decline to intensifying agriculture. More mouths and poorer soils demanded heavier labor, leaving less spare capacity for communal building and encouraging a plainer, collective burial style suited to a tightly organized farming life. Both ideas raise further problems. Societies that love showy goods often love imposing structures too. Early farmers faced massive workloads clearing land, yet still raised big tombs. And the Bronze Age does not read as egalitarian across the board. The weaponry and ornaments speak to warrior elites. Environmental damage adds a more persuasive lever. From about 1400 years before the Common Era, climate trends turn cooler and wetter for centuries. Populations are at a high ebb, forests gone from large tracts, water tables altered, soils exposed. Uplands that were colonized only a few generations earlier begin to slough away. Valleys fill with wash from exhausted fields. Parts of the southwest of Ireland empty out. Moor, bog, heath, and marsh expand across uplands in England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. In the highlands, a volcanic eruption around 1159 adds ash and blocks sunlight, worsening a bad situation. Many of the hardest-hit landscapes had been heavy with ritual sites. Dating is not fine enough everywhere to prove sequence, and in some districts, ritual activity is already winding down before the worst climate turn. But the environmental shock must have mattered. A final strand is movement and violence. The centuries around 1200 to 1000 in southern and eastern Europe are turbulent. Armored fighters and new weapons transform conflict. The British Isles see the same tool set arrive along with tighter links to the continent. Defensive sites multiply. None of this pins down a single story of invasion, nor does it match the timing of earlier abandonments in all areas, but it may have accelerated change. None of these factors settles the matter on its own. More precise excavation histories for stone rings and field monuments would help. It may yet turn out that some circles, like certain Irish sites and many barrows, stayed significant until climate and upheaval tipped the balance. There is also a live debate about continuity. Some argue that Iron Age religion simply shed its earlier architecture while preserving older beliefs. They point to Irish royal sites with circular earthworks that resemble henges in their basic inner ditch plan, and to long spans of use at certain hills. Others note repeated themes across deep time: head cults, foundation deposits, sky symbolism, and see threads tying Neolithic, Bronze Age, and Iron Age together. Against this stands a mountain of discontinuity. Most older sanctuaries are never reactivated, even where their stones are obvious, and settlement remains close by. Earlier abandonments usually show slow fading. Offerings still trickle in as banks slump and ditches silt, and later monuments cluster respectfully nearby. In contrast, from the Middle Bronze Age onward, many old sites are ignored or cleared without ceremony. Fields slice through avenues. Great rings overgrow. Stone settings are ripped out to open ground for plowing. In some places, cremation urns uncovered during later work are smashed. A broader pattern emerges in the southern landscape over many centuries. Farming pushes into precincts first, removal follows, and reverence is rarely visible. Iron Age builders favor rectangular wooden temples rather than stone circles. Later communities treat prehistoric axes as thunderbolts or fairy tools not as heirlooms of an ancestral faith. Winter solstice rites that were once marked with precision at places like Newgrange lose their spotlight. The ceremonial language changes, and with it, the public face of belief. A final caution comes from story rather than soil. A Cornish tale tells of a wizard with an inexhaustible golden cup, a reckless hunter, a fall, and a burial beneath a cairn with the cup beside him. When a real gold beaker and a Bronze Age grave were uncovered at that very barrow in the 19th century, it was tempting to hail an unbroken folk memory stretching back 3 millennia. Later digging through the record shows, the tale is an old wandering story with northern roots, hitched to the local mound only after the discovery made headlines. It is a neat reminder. Oral tradition is supple, creative, and easily backfilled with new details. It delights, but it cannot carry the weight of proof for continuity where the archaeology points to a break. When the islands of Britain and Ireland begin to appear in recorded history, they are already inhabited by Celtic peoples who speak related Gaelic and Brythonic tongues and live within similar tribal systems. Older pre-Celtic populations have vanished from view. Modern archaeology, however, no longer sees the Celts as sudden invaders arriving in distinct waves, but as a gradual cultural transformation of the native inhabitants. What we can now study most clearly is their semi-historic phase in which both archaeology and limited written sources survive. The written record is tangled with myth and invention. Romantic writers of the 18th and 19th centuries, such as Iolo Morgan Dwaju, Edward Williams, freely fabricated Druidic texts and ceremonies that later generations mistook for genuine survivals of prehistoric wisdom. His imaginary bardic rituals merged with Welsh nationalism, ensuring their long life in the modern Eisteddfod. Other enthusiasts, Roland Jones, William Blake, Edward Davies, Lewis Spence, extended these fantasies, presenting an idealized Celtic spirituality that mixed fragments of authentic lore with invention and occult philosophy. Their influence still shapes popular modern mysticism, even though scholars have shown that the supposed Druidic scriptures and rituals were later literary creations. Romantic nationalism in France and Britain reinforced this myth. 19th century writers contrasted the imaginative, emotional Celt with the practical, rational Teuton, turning the Celtic spirit into a poetic counterpart to industrial modernity. By the late 20th century, the same ideal had re-emerged in New Age form. The Celts recast as keepers of lost harmony with nature. Authors such as Caitlin Matthews produced attractive syntheses of Irish and Welsh myths, but their Celtic year and spiritual systems combined medieval folklore, modern pagan festivals, and even Native American shamanism into a new tradition suited to contemporary spiritual seekers rather than historians. Much confusion was added by Robert Graves's The White Goddess, 1948, a poetic vision that readers wrongly took as literal history. His imagined triple goddess and Celtic tree calendar entered popular belief despite having no ancient basis. Genuine sources for Celtic religion, by contrast, are sparse and problematic. Classical writers, Caesar, Strabo, Diodorus, Tacitus, offer scattered and biased observations of continental tribes, often filtered through Roman ideas. Native Irish and Welsh literature was written centuries after conversion to Christianity and reflects monastic redaction rather than pagan memory. Early hopes that texts like the Mabinogion or Irish heroic cycles preserved unbroken oral tradition have largely collapsed. Linguistic and textual studies show they were composed in the early Middle Ages, drawing on recent folklore, Christian moral framing, and classical models. Even so, some echoes of old deities survive. Irish stories speak of the Tuatha De Danann, a pantheon of divine craftsmen, healers, and warriors led by figures such as Lugh, the skillful, and the Dagda, the good god. Yet this divine society was probably a literary construct, inspired by classical mythology. Beneath it lay a network of local gods and goddesses tied to specific rivers, hills, and clans. Female powers like Brigid of Kildare or Macha of Ulster may have started as regional tutelary spirits, later elevated into national figures or Christian saints. Similar land goddesses are known from Roman inscriptions in Britain, Brigantia, Coventina, Sulis, suggesting that Celtic religion was intensely local rather than governed by a single universal mother goddess. The archaeological record reinforces this view. In Roman Gaul, over 300 native deities are named, most known from a single site, revealing a patchwork of tribal cults with no clear hierarchy. Britain and Ireland yield even less imagery. A few ambiguous wooden idols from bogs, carved stones with abstract spirals, and later Christianized figures once mistaken for pagan gods. Carvings such as the White Horse of Uffington or the Kearney Abbas giant have uncertain dates, some perhaps early modern rather than Iron Age. Coins minted by British tribes show stylized horses and borrowed Roman motifs. Only one known piece, a bearded antlered head crowned with a wheel, can confidently be called an image of a native god. Archaeological evidence for formal temples is modest. Around 24 Iron Age shrines have been identified in England. Small timber buildings aligned to the sunrise, often isolated within enclosures. Offerings of brooches, coins, weapons, and food suggest local cults, some martial, others domestic or fertility-based. Yet many Celts worshipped outdoors, in sacred groves, on hilltops, or beside springs. Roman accounts describe rituals in forest sanctuaries called nemeta, and place names like Vernemeton or Aquae Arnemetae preserve this tradition. The veneration of holy wells, later dedicated to Christian saints, may continue these ancient practices, though direct pre-Roman evidence is rare. Archaeological remains suggest that while most traces of early Celtic sanctuaries in Britain have vanished, Ireland preserves several extraordinary examples that reveal the ceremonial heart of Iron Age society. Ancient texts from around the 9th century list 4 key ritual centers: Tara, Cruachan, Dun Eilean, and Emain Macha, each believed to serve as a symbolic seat of power for one of the Irish provinces. Literary tradition portrays these sites as royal courts and burial grounds, yet the excavations tell a different story. The great earthen rings and mounds seem not to have been permanent dwellings or fortresses, but rather vast open spaces meant for periodic assemblies, seasonal rituals, or communal feasts. The monumental wooden structures uncovered at Emain Macha and Dun Eilean reinforce this idea. Around the 1st century BC, both places saw the construction of enormous timber circles or halls, hundreds of feet wide, surrounded by banks and ditches. These were not homes. They lack evidence of domestic life. Instead, they were used briefly, then deliberately burned and buried, perhaps to mark the closing of their sacred function. Such deliberate destruction hints at a ritual death of the building itself, a ceremonial act of renewal. These sites, unmatched elsewhere in the islands, suggest that Iron Age Ireland possessed regional sanctuaries where ritual, kingship, and community merged on a grand scale. Beyond these centers, archaeologists have found another intriguing but puzzling class of underground structures, souterrains in Ireland, fogus in Cornwall, and earth houses in northern Scotland. These consist of narrow stone-lined tunnels and chambers, often hidden beneath settlements. In Ireland, early written sources clarify their function. They were emergency shelters, used to hide people and valuables during raids. Excavations confirm this interpretation. The chambers contained small treasures such as brooches, drinking cups, or weapons, and show no signs of worship or sacrifice. Yet their distribution is strange. They appear in Ireland, Scotland, Brittany, and Cornwall, but are absent from most of Britain. Theories that Cornish examples were shrines have little support. They lack votive offerings, altars, or any signs of ritual activity, and their low ceilings and twisting entrances make them impractical for ceremonies. One or two carvings found near entrances might represent protective symbols rather than deities. Only in one case, at Refurbishment in Orkney, were human skulls found scattered within, perhaps the relics of ancestor veneration. Overall, the evidence favors their use as refuges rather than sanctuaries, though the wide difference in their dating, centuries earlier in Britain than in Ireland, remains unexplained. The scarcity of Celtic stone temples may not be due to loss alone. Their religion seems to have been bound more to landscape than to architecture, with sacred groves, waters, and hillsides serving as the true sanctuaries. Wooden idols and altars could once have existed, but have long decayed. Yet while the holy sites have mostly disappeared, ancient writings describe a sophisticated priestly class, the Druids and Vates, who acted as mediators between people and gods. Classical authors such as Caesar, Strabo, and Pliny regarded the Druids as teachers, judges, philosophers, and keepers of sacred knowledge. They presided over sacrifices, healed the sick, and interpreted omens. Early Irish legends preserve similar figures, wise men whose counsel guided kings and whose spells protected their tribes. In these stories, they appear in white garments, advising rulers and performing rituals that involve fire and water. However, these depictions come through Christian pens and likely blend imagination with memory. Still, the parallels across the sources suggest that religious specialists once played a central role in maintaining tribal belief and law. The formal cult was apparently dominated by men, yet women retained spiritual influence outside the priesthood. Irish tales speak of prophetesses and enchantresses, women able to foresee death or call upon divine powers. The Druids may have been the official mediators, but spiritual insight was not confined to them. Royal power, too, was sacred. Kings were bound by ritual laws and taboos, gyasa, that controlled every act of their rule. Their legitimacy was believed to depend on divine favor, and they could be deposed if misfortune struck the land. When inaugurated, a king underwent a symbolic union with the goddess of his territory, representing harmony between ruler and earth. Later writers described this as a nuptial ceremony involving feasting, bathing, and enthronement upon sacred stones marked with footprints, acts that turned political authority into a sacred covenant. Stones still survive at ancient fortresses like Dunad in Argyll, carved with prints and symbols that once embodied royal destiny. Ireland's kingship rights seem to have had no exact parallel in other Celtic lands, but the notion of a divinely sanctioned ruler echoes throughout Indo-European tradition. The Irish also developed unique systems of succession, in which the next king was chosen during the reign of the current one or selected from royal kin through divination. Queens rarely ruled in their own right. Power flowed through the sacred marriage of king and goddess. Religious festivals structured the Celtic year. 4 seasonal celebrations divided time: Samhain, marking the start of winter; Imbolc, welcoming the first milk of spring; Beltane, the opening of summer; and Lugnasad, the feast of the harvest. These were not astronomical solstices, but agricultural thresholds. Of these, Samhain was the most powerful, a moment when the border between the living and the other world weakened. Myths tell of kings dying, spirits crossing into mortal lands, and heroes encountering divine women during this liminal season. Beltane, in May, brought fires through which cattle passed for protection, while Lugnasad honored the god Lugh with gatherings and games. Imbolc was quieter, associated with renewal and with Brigid, later Christianized as a saint. Although similar divisions of the year may have existed across Britain, regional variations were great. In Wales, May Day, rather than November, carried the strongest supernatural charge. Folklore and later rural customs preserve echoes of these feasts: fires lit on hills, charms for cattle, and divination rituals. But they also demonstrate how easily memory and invention blend. Many ancient traditions prove to be much younger. The Goat King of Kilorglin, the Lantern Festival of Hinton St. George, and the May Day hobby horses of Padstow all show how local amusements were later reimagined as pagan survivals. Genuine remnants of old belief are mixed with medieval and modern creativity, making it difficult to draw clear lines between continuity and revival. Material evidence, however, reveals much about Celtic ritual. The most striking practice was the deliberate deposition of valuable objects into rivers, lakes, and bogs. Beginning in the late Bronze Age, weapons, jewelry, and cauldrons were thrown into water across parts of Britain and Ireland. Sites like Flag Fen and Lyn Cherrig Bach yielded hundreds of swords, shields, ornaments, and even slave chains, many intentionally broken before being cast away. This pattern suggests acts of offering rather than loss. Classical writers confirm that Gallic tribes dedicated war spoils to their gods by drowning them in pools, and the same custom clearly flourished in the British Isles. The regional focus of these deposits, concentrated in the east of England, the Scottish borders, and Western Ireland, implies distinct zones of sacred practice. The presence of models of boats among such finds may link the rite to beliefs about water as a passage to the spirit world. Across Iron Age Britain and Ireland, animal sacrifice played a central role in daily and spiritual life. Archaeological remains show that certain species, especially cattle, horses, and dogs, were deliberately buried or placed in pits near homes and fortifications. These animals were not butchered for food. Instead, they were offered as sacred gifts, tokens of wealth, or mediators between people and divine powers. Their placement beneath walls, hearths, and gateways may have symbolized protection or consecration. In some cases, only skulls or specific bones were used, suggesting careful ritual choices rather than random disposal. Wild animals were rarely involved, except in exceptional deposits like the stag and foxes at Winkleberry Camp. The pattern continued across Ireland and Scotland, where a few finds, such as red deer bones arranged around hearths, reveal a similar belief that animal life carried sacred meaning. Literary echoes confirm that animal offerings, especially horse sacrifices, formed part of divination and kingship ceremonies, with meat consumption viewed as spiritually transformative. These rites extended to human victims as well, though the evidence is complex and often disturbing. Classical authors like Caesar and Strabo accused the Celts of burning captives in vast wicker figures or killing them to read omens from their dying movements. Such stories may include exaggeration or Roman propaganda, yet archaeology supports the existence of ritual killing. Skeletons buried beneath fort walls at Maiden Castle and South Cadbury suggest foundation sacrifices intended to strengthen the defenses. The famous Lindo Man from Cheshire, carefully executed by blow, garrote, and throat-cutting before being cast into a bog, mirrors the triple death described in early Irish myth. His preservation in peat and elite status indicate that this was no criminal punishment, but a ceremonial offering, perhaps to appease gods of fertility or the underworld. Other discoveries, like the butchered woman at Salmonsbury Fort, blur the line between ritual and survival, hinting at cannibalism in either famine or sacred context. Severed heads mounted on fortress gates or buried in pits, such as those at Danebury and Breton Hill, reveal that decapitation held symbolic value. Whether these were trophies of victory, offerings to deities, or protective relics is uncertain. Earlier theories of a cult of the human head are now viewed skeptically. The evidence better suggests a range of local customs involving the treatment of the dead. Burial itself underwent profound transformation during the Iron Age. After centuries in which formal graves nearly vanished, human interment gradually reappeared across Britain. In Ireland, the record is inconsistent. Isolated burials reused Bronze Age mounds, and stone coffins may belong to the late Pagan or early Christian era. In Scotland, a small number of long cists with extended bodies and low cairns likely belong to the final pre-Christian centuries. England offers a clearer sequence. Early Iron Age burials were rare and fragmented, often limited to skulls or selected bones placed in pits or under house floors. This selective treatment may reflect excarnation, where bodies were exposed to the elements and chosen bones preserved as relics or protective charms. By the mid-Iron Age, complete inhumations became more common, and large cemeteries appeared in certain regions. The Yorkshire wolds saw hundreds of barrow graves, some containing chariots or carts, weapons, and personal ornaments, a local tradition of elite burial influenced by northern France. In Cornwall and Devon, cist cemeteries contained simpler crouched burials with modest grave goods, while cremation returned in Kent and southern England, following continental models. By the 1st century BCE, social hierarchy had grown increasingly visible in death as in life. The wealthy were buried with imported wine jars, bronze bowls, and mirrors, reflecting contact with the Roman world. Graves like those at Welwyn contained lavish feasting sets, suggesting a belief in continued hospitality after death. Cemeteries often arranged common burials around a central tomb, implying reverence for a leading figure. The young woman interred at Basingstoke with animals, tools, and possibly a sacrificed servant embodies the same idea. The journey into the afterlife accompanied by both status and companionship. Across Britain, burial rites varied widely: cremation in the southeast, chariot burials in the north, and inhumations in the west, demonstrating that belief systems were intensely regional rather than unified by a single doctrine. What unites these practices is the recurring sense of exchange between the living and the divine. Whether through animal offerings, human sacrifice, or the careful placement of bones and goods, the Iron Age peoples of Britain and Ireland sought to maintain balance between worlds seen and unseen. Their art and ritual reveal reverence for cycles of life, death, and renewal rather than fear of an afterlife. Yet much remains unknown. We cannot tell whether prayers were spoken, whether priests directed the rites, or what moral or philosophical ideas lay behind them. The scattered evidence paints a picture of diverse tribal faiths rooted deeply in local soil, where every community honored its own ancestors and gods. Still, recurring motifs, sacred heads, horse burials, and sunwise movement bind these traditions into a wider Celtic spiritual landscape, one that valued sacrifice as both offering and communication with powers that ruled the earth, the sky, and the mysterious realm beyond death. The Romans were among the most literate peoples of the ancient world, and their passion for writing, sculpture, and architecture left behind an enormous record of their spiritual life. Inscriptions, temple remains, and carvings across the empire provide a vivid picture of how religion shaped daily existence. Yet even with this abundance of evidence, Roman religion remains complex and often puzzling. Many Romans themselves struggled to explain their rituals. Even educated writers like Cicero or Varro admitted that they did not always understand the origins or meanings of ancient ceremonies. Over centuries, old Italian nature spirits fused with Greek and Etruscan gods, creating layered identities. Venus, for example, was at once a spirit of fertility, a goddess of beauty, and a personification of love. Religion was less a fixed system than a vast web of overlapping traditions and functions, constantly changing but never abandoned. The Roman world teemed with divinities. Every spring, forest, and hill was believed to have its own spirit, and every person possessed a guardian essence called a genius for men and a Juno for women that accompanied them through life. These spirits received offerings alongside the household gods, the lares, and penates, who protected the home. Romans saw the divine as an all-encompassing force, filling every corner of the natural and human world. Temples and altars multiplied to honor these powers, but there was no expectation of exclusivity. One could serve many gods without contradiction. Even philosophical schools such as the Stoics or Neoplatonists debated how these countless divine aspects related to a higher principle. Yet in practice, religion remained an affair of ritual rather than theology. The pantheon itself expanded endlessly. Great gods, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and others, had numerous local and specialized versions. Mars as protector of crops, as patron of soldiers, or as avenger of wrongs. Ceres divided into 10 aspects overseeing every stage of farming. And Juno divided into forms that guarded childbirth, marriage, and the household. The same deity could appear with different titles and functions in each region. This extraordinary inclusiveness made Roman religion flexible and resilient. Anyone could introduce a new deity, and if the Senate approved, that God might gain official recognition. The empire's citizens could thus adapt their worship freely, choosing the forms that best suited their circumstances, while still taking part in the public cults that bound society together. At the heart of Roman religious life stood the act of sacrifice. Offerings of food, wine, and art were common, but the shedding of an animal's blood was the supreme gesture of piety. Ritual required the victim to be calm and willing, for fear would render the sacrifice invalid. After the animal's death, its flesh was shared between priests and participants in a communal feast that joined gods and humans. Such ceremonies reinforced the moral contract between people and the divine. If proper honors were paid, prosperity would follow. If neglected, famine, disease, or defeat could result. This sense of obligation gave religion a civic dimension. Refusal to worship the emperor's divine spirit was not merely impiety, it was treason. Thus, while Romans tolerated many beliefs, they punished those, like early Christians, who rejected the state cult. Despite the immense variety of gods, the physical form of worship was surprisingly uniform. Across the empire, temples followed similar layouts: a sacred precinct, an altar for sacrifice, and an inner cella containing a statue of the deity. Rituals shared common patterns, creating a recognizable religious culture from Syria to Spain. Within this framework, individuals sought personal relationships with their gods. Many made vows to offer gifts in return for divine help, while others joined exclusive mystery cults such as those of Isis, Mithras, or Cybele. These faiths promised emotional fulfillment, secret knowledge, and a sense of belonging that appealed especially to soldiers, merchants, and travelers who moved far from home. In Roman Britain, religion reflected this same blend of conformity and adaptation. Inscriptions and temples reveal that Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, and Minerva were widely worshipped, especially in military zones and prosperous towns. Dedications to fortune, virtue, and victory show the popularity of abstract deities among soldiers, while the cult of the emperor flourished in cities like London and Colchester. Alongside these official religions, the mystery cults also appeared, though their presence was modest. Mithraic temples were found at London, York, and along Hadrian's Wall, catering mostly to soldiers. Artifacts dedicated to Isis, Serapis, and Bacchus indicate small circles of foreign worshippers, but their influence on local people seems limited. The blending of Roman and native Celtic deities created an even more distinctive spiritual landscape. Many altars pair a Roman god's name with that of a local divinity, reflecting efforts to reconcile the two traditions. Mars, the god of war and fertility, absorbed the qualities of numerous Celtic counterparts, protectors of rivers, woods, and healing springs. Mercury was linked with local gods of prosperity and communication. Sulis of Bath became Sulis Minerva, while regional powers such as Nodens and Linus were reinterpreted through Roman forms. Sometimes Roman gods like Faunus were adopted by Britons, whose altars bear native epithets expressing abundance or protection. Other imported cults spread through military influence. The worship of the matres, or mothers, three nurturing goddesses represented together, was especially beloved by soldiers along the northern frontier. Their statues, often holding fruit or loaves, suggest themes of fertility, safety, and comfort. Another mysterious group, the Geni Cucullati, or hooded spirits, appeared in similar contexts. Usually carved as three cloaked figures, they symbolized protection and renewal, and may have accompanied the matres in ritual art. These triads demonstrate how Roman and Celtic sensibilities merged into a shared symbolism that emphasized harmony, family, and rebirth. Yet not all continental cults reached Britain. The thunder god Taranis and the horned deity Cernunnos, so prominent in Gaul, left little trace. The horse goddess Epona appeared mostly in cavalry forts, but rarely among civilians. Meanwhile, local gods retained their individuality, especially in the north. Along Hadrian's Wall, shrines and inscriptions record worship of Cosidius, Belatucadrus, Antinositicus, and Coventina, the last the spirit of a sacred spring at Caroburg. These deities, once obscure tribal protectors, flourished under Roman rule because soldiers and settlers embraced them as guardians of the frontier. In Roman Britain, traces of native and Roman faiths intertwined in a rich and often mysterious landscape of worship. Scattered throughout the province were countless images and names of goddesses, many likely descended from Celtic guardians of land and water. Verbeia and Belisama, for instance, were associated with the rivers Wharfe and Ribble, but for most watercourses their divine protectors remain uncertain. Around the fertile Cotswolds, sculpted reliefs of goddesses like Rosmerta or the Triple Mothers often carried symbols of fruit and plenty, reflecting the region's prosperity. Across southern Britain, particularly in the southeast, small pipe clay figurines of nude women, sometimes called pseudo-Venuses, were discovered in homes, temples, and graves. These humble figures, perhaps charms for fertility or protection during childbirth, suggest how spirituality blended with everyday life. In other places, single images of female deities holding keys, dogs, or palms point to local cults whose meanings are now lost. Roman women seem to have favored female divinities, while men made offerings to both genders. Yet the fragmentary evidence leaves their identities and the faith of those who worshipped them, largely in shadow. Male gods were just as numerous and equally elusive. Armed figures in stone and bronze appear across the north and west, where the military frontier shaped devotion. Many may depict Mars, though some likely continued native warrior traditions. In southern Britain, a recurring motif shows a horseman, perhaps Mars in Celtic form, whose image appeared in Suffolk, Essex, and other regions. Horned gods were also widespread, depicted with antlers or animal horns, symbols of strength and virility found from Scotland to Kent. Some may represent local powers, others Roman gods given Celtic traits by provincial artists. Even Mercury, the messenger god, was sometimes rendered with a winged helmet that looked more like a pair of horns, merging imperial style with native imagination. The overall pattern of religion in Britain reveals both unity and diversity. Roman, Gallic, and British deities coexisted, with soldiers and civilians alike maintaining their own sacred traditions. In forts such as Maryport in Cumbria or outposts along Hadrian's Wall, altars and figurines dedicated to Jupiter, Mars, Hercules, Neptune, Victory, Vulcan, and local spirits stood side by side. Maryport, especially, offers a vivid example. There, the inhabitants honored both imperial gods and tribal ones, such as Belisama, whose crude horned image, with shield, spear, and exaggerated masculinity, was carved on numerous stones. This figure may have been the main deity of the pre-Roman Cumbrians, later reshaped by soldiers into a fierce guardian of the frontier. No two communities in Britain shared exactly the same pantheon. Each mingled Roman imports with native gods to form its own spiritual cocktail. The architecture of worship reflected this fusion as well. Over 130 temples have been identified, far more than the wooden shrines of earlier centuries. About 20 followed the classical Roman model, with long rectangular halls and columned porches, mainly near cities and forts. Others, more than 50, belonged to a distinct Romano-Celtic type. Square, circular, or polygonal buildings surrounded by an outer walkway or wall, often found in prosperous southern districts. These temples, though built of stone, were generally small, accommodating only a few worshippers at a time. It is possible that most ceremonies took place in the open air, while priests or priestesses tended the sanctuaries daily. Inside, there would have been altars, lamps, incense burners, and statues, but little evidence survives to confirm their exact form. What is clear is that these temples continued and expanded earlier native traditions. Old sacred sites were rebuilt in Roman fashion, and offerings of animals, weapons, and miniature goods remained central to ritual practice. the priesthoods of Britain are harder to trace. The Druids, once central to Celtic religion, disappear from the record after the Roman conquest. Whether exterminated or absorbed into new priestly roles is unknown. Inscriptions mention priests and priestesses serving various gods, including Eastern deities like Hercules of Tyana, and the healing cult at Bath employed fortune-tellers and temple attendants. Archaeological finds hint at the splendor of ritual garments. Metal crowns, scepters, rattles, and masks have been unearthed across East Anglia and Bath. Tools of sacrifice, knives, libation bowls, and incense stands attest to the elaborate nature of ceremonies, perhaps accompanied by chanting, music, and garlands of flowers. While Roman calendars overflowed with public festivals, almost nothing is known of British religious holidays. A single ancient report, possibly exaggerated, claims that British women once marched naked and blackened with soot in fertility rites. More tangible are the offerings left in rivers and springs. Coins, jewelry, and miniature weapons have been dredged from the Thames and its tributaries, clearly deposited as votive gifts rather than accidental losses. The sacred spring of Coventina at Carrawburgh yielded over 1,000 coins, altars, and figurines, showing how ancient water cults endured under Roman names. Wells and pits, too, retained their ritual role. Some received animal sacrifices, especially dogs, cattle, and birds, during their construction or closing, while others contained human skulls, perhaps symbols of dedication or protection. Throughout Britain, ritual shafts and boundary ditches were filled with carefully arranged offerings: pottery, tools, antlers, and bones of animals. Fires were kindled in some, and inscriptions invoking luck were carved on stones placed within. These acts reveal continuity from the prehistoric past, though the objects became more Romanized. Metalwork, coins, and ceramics replacing earlier tribal gifts. Despite the legal ban on human sacrifice, isolated discoveries suggest that remnants of older customs survived. Decapitated infants at Springhead and Reculver, and severed heads found in wells, raise uneasy questions about whether ritual killing persisted under new guises. Perhaps the victims were already dead, or criminals executed before being used in religious ceremonies, but the symbolism of human remains in sacred places retained its ancient potency. Burial practices in Roman Britain were equally diverse. Cremation dominated in the early centuries, later giving way to inhumation. Roman law required graves to lie outside settlements, so cemeteries lined roads or clustered beyond town walls. Regional customs varied. Dorset and Somerset favored inhumation, while southeastern counties preferred cremation with rich grave goods. Tombs ranged from simple pits to monumental stone sarcophagi. Within graves, common offerings included lamps, food vessels, keys, coins, and shoes, symbols to light the dead's journey, provide nourishment, and pay the ferryman across the underworld river. Yet most burials contained no goods at all, reminding us that piety was expressed in many ways. Some graves were unsettling. Bodies laid face down, decapitated skeletons, or stones piled on corpses may indicate punishment, protection, or fear of restless spirits. Beheadings might mark criminals, or ritual practices meant to release or restrain the soul. Dogs, horses, and birds were also buried as offerings or companions, while rocks, cement, or flints sealed urns as if to confine the dead. The motives, love, superstition, or dread, remain unclear, but they reveal the persistence of a deeply personal and magical relationship with death. Alongside public temples and collective rites, private devotion flourished, individuals left inscribed tablets or small metal plaques at sacred sites, appealing to gods for justice or vengeance. The most famous are the curse tablets from Bath and Uli, where worshippers asked divine powers to punish thieves or unfaithful lovers, sometimes naming their enemies, sometimes entrusting the gods to find them. Others left simple prayers of thanks, or offerings shaped like limbs, tools, or miniature animals, symbols of health, work, or protection. Jewelry, rings, and personal items inscribed with dedications also served as votives, merging adornment with faith. Across Roman Britain, personal items found in homes, rings, gems, amulets, pottery, and mosaics, reveal how deeply religion permeated daily life. Many of these objects bore the names or symbols of gods from Rome and the Eastern Mediterranean, such as Minerva, Bacchus, Isis, Ceres, and Serapis. Their presence suggests that the wealthier and more cosmopolitan citizens preferred the sophisticated imagery of the empire rather than the native Celtic deities. Only one local goddess, Brigantia of northern Britain, appears regularly by name, perhaps because she had been officially promoted by Roman administrators seeking unity in the frontier provinces. On many items, divine figures were generic or ambiguous. An armed woman might be interpreted as Minerva, Victory, Brigantia, or the all-encompassing Dea Panthea. Whether these symbols were truly worshipped or merely decorative is impossible to tell. Some designs were simply fashionable, used by craftsmen like those of Cirencester, who placed Orpheus or Venus in their mosaics as artistic trademarks rather than devotional statements. Similarly, images of hunts or gladiators may reflect either spiritual allegory or admiration for popular entertainment. Religious meaning and artistic taste often overlapped so closely that they cannot now be separated. Among the most striking symbols of Romano-British religion were the countless phallic carvings, charms, and amulets scattered across towns and forts. These were not obscene curiosities, but emblems of strength, vitality, and divine protection. Phalluses were sculpted onto walls, bridges, and bathhouses from Lincoln to Hadrian's Wall, appearing even on children's jewelry. They were believed to guard against evil and to lend fortifications or homes a mystical endurance. This continuity of symbol, stretching back to prehistoric fertility beliefs, reveals how ancient ideas adapted under Roman rule, shifting from sacred sexuality to expressions of virility and power. The spiritual life of Roman Britain also embraced dreams, visions, and prophecy. Although there is no firm evidence for oracles like those of Greece, some priests practiced divination. One such seer operated at Bath. Throughout the empire, divine communication was thought to occur most often in dreams. One surviving inscription at Carverin on Hadrian's Wall records how an officer claimed to have been addressed by a heavenly virgin, whom he identified with several great goddesses of the empire. Such personal revelations show how the Roman religious system made room for individual experience alongside public ritual, offering a multitude of deities and spiritual paths that could be chosen freely. By the 3rd and 4th centuries, religion in Britain was a vibrant fusion of native tradition and imperial cosmopolitanism. Worshippers could honor Mars, Mercury, or local spirits within the same temple, and each community selected its own divine patrons. Sacred spaces ranged from urban sanctuaries to remote rural shrines that attracted pilgrims from afar. In southern England, isolated hilltop temples rose in the later empire, often built beside springs or commanding views of the countryside. Sites like Brine Down, Pagan's Hill, and Cold Kitchen Hill reveal a preference for high and secluded places, echoing prehistoric practices. These temples, often built in the Romano-Celtic style, were small but richly endowed with offerings, coins, antlers, miniature weapons, and brooches symbolizing devotion. Among these sanctuaries, the temple complex at Lydney in Gloucestershire stands as one of the most intriguing. Built on a steep ridge overlooking the Severn, it combined a temple, baths, and several large halls whose purposes remain uncertain. Dedications there invoke a god named Mars Nodens, associated with healing, the sea, or the hunt. The discovery of dog figurines, one of exceptional artistry, suggests that dogs played a symbolic role, perhaps companions of the deity or agents of cure, as in the temples of Aesculapius. Finds of votive limbs, coins, and inscriptions indicate that pilgrims came seeking recovery from illness or divine favor. Yet, as with most Romano-British sites, the exact rituals and beliefs behind these objects remain hidden. Such shrines flourished throughout western and southern Britain, from the healing sanctuary at Nettleton Shrub to the Temple of Mercury at Ely. Many were built within the ruins of Iron Age hill forts, linking the sacred geography of the old Celtic world with the architectural grandeur of Rome. Others, like Frilford and Chedworth, combined temples with amphitheaters, guest houses, or baths, forming self-contained pilgrimage centers where the faithful could rest, bathe, and worship. The persistence of these sites into the 4th century demonstrates that paganism remained vigorous even as Christianity began to spread elsewhere in the empire. By the early 4th century, Roman paganism in Britain was still thriving, characterized by a remarkable diversity of gods, rituals, and sacred places. It provided both collective worship and personal spirituality, allowed men and women to participate equally, and integrated the empire's local traditions into a single flexible system. Yet this flourishing religious landscape was approaching its end. Within a century, temples would fall silent, idols would be removed, and a new faith, the Christian Church, would dominate the island's spiritual life. The shift was not immediate but profound. From a polytheistic world filled with divine symbols in every home, river, and hill, to one centered on a single God and a universal doctrine. This transformation marked the most decisive turning point in Britain's religious history, the moment when the countless gods of the old order yielded to the faith that would shape Europe for a millennium. The transition from paganism to Christianity across the Roman world unfolded gradually and unevenly, often less violently than is commonly imagined. While the old Roman Empire had executed Christians with appalling cruelty, burning, drowning, feeding them to wild beasts, or sending women to brothels, the Christian authorities who succeeded it did not initially return such brutality. Early Christian rulers focused on destroying idols and temples rather than persecuting pagans themselves. For nearly 2 centuries after Christianity gained power, no one was put to death for maintaining the old faiths. Even heretics within the church were merely deprived of their buildings, not their lives. The only exception, Priscillian in late 4th century Spain, was executed by a regime condemned even by its contemporaries. In fact, the early Christian world showed more tolerance than it is often credited with, and for a long time after Constantine, Europe saw no systematic executions for witchcraft or heresy. Ironically, the Church helped curb older pagan customs of killing those accused of sorcery. Germanic laws originally prescribed death for alleged witches, but later Christian rulers, under clerical influence, abolished such penalties. Charlemagne himself decreed that anyone burning an accused night witch would face execution, arguing that such superstitions had no place in a Christian world. In this sense, the early spread of Christianity actually softened attitudes toward both dissent and superstition, and the later horrors of medieval persecution arose centuries afterward in a very different social climate. The end of paganism in the Roman provinces was therefore not a single event, but a long, irregular retreat. During the early 4th century, all religions were tolerated, even though Christianity began to receive official support. Over the following decades, the state slowly restricted pagan worship, confiscating temple lands, banning sacrifices, and eventually closing sanctuaries altogether. Emperor Julian briefly reversed this in the 360s, restoring the ancient cults, but his reforms collapsed after his death. The process of suppression that followed was neither immediate nor consistent. Some regions, like Greece and Asia Minor, retained active pagan communities well into the 5th and even 6th centuries. Paganism lingered quietly, not as an organized resistance, but as a fading tradition without the will or unity to fight back. The old faiths had always been intertwined with civic life, public ritual, and local identity rather than missionary zeal. When imperial favor shifted, they simply withered, their temples closing through neglect as funds and worshippers disappeared. In Britain, tracing this religious transformation is even harder. No written sources describe how Romano-British paganism ended, and archaeology gives only fragmented clues. Dating becomes unreliable after Roman coins cease to appear in the record, leaving scholars dependent on radiocarbon or artifact comparison. Moreover, the remains of pagan temples and early churches often look alike, and the decay of both coincided with the general decline of Roman civilization in the 4th century. Many towns, villas, and baths were crumbling for economic reasons long before Christianity fully took root, so the physical disappearance of temples does not always signal deliberate destruction. Still, the archaeological pattern in Western Britain offers a broad outline. Pagan shrines flourished until around the mid-4th century, when foreign invasions and internal disorder caused widespread ruin. Some temples, like those at Lamiot Beacon and Brine Down, fell out of use, while others, such as Ely and Lydney, remained active into the 380s or beyond. In several cases, pagan sanctuaries were converted into Christian churches, small chapels, or farms, marking a gradual shift in faith rather than a violent purge. Elsewhere in the province, evidence points to sporadic acts of iconoclasm. Broken statues of Jupiter and Mercury buried or thrown into rivers, altars hacked apart, and images discarded into wells as though their very presence had become offensive. Yet these isolated events seem more symbolic than systematic. The few instances of Christian symbols reworked for pagan purposes, such as the Thetford spoons inscribed to the god Faunus but decorated with Christian motifs, show that religious identities often overlapped rather than clashed. Many people seem to have blended elements of both faiths, invoking Christ alongside older deities, as in an inscription found at Bath. Burial practices, too, reveal continuity. Pagan and Christian graves alike faced east and contained similar goods, showing how slowly old customs gave way to new ideals. By the early 5th century, Christianity was the dominant religion of Roman Britain's towns, though its presence in rural districts was weaker. The missionary Saint Germanus, visiting in 429, fought heresy rather than paganism, suggesting that the older faiths were already in retreat. By the time Gildas wrote The Ruin of Britain a century later, he spoke of paganism only in the past tense. The idols of the old gods lay broken among the ruins of Roman cities, and the British elite had embraced Christianity fully. Pagan worship in the countryside likely lingered a little longer, but faded within a generation or two, not through persecution, but by neglect and conversion within small post-Roman kingdoms. In Ireland, the picture is clearer, yet remarkably peaceful. Christianity spread there without the backing of Roman power and without recorded martyrdoms. Patrick's writings describe a mission that faced resistance but little violence, and by the late 6th century, the old Celtic religion had almost vanished. When King Diarmait held the last known pagan festival at Tara around 560, it already seemed a relic of the past. Once the sacred kings accepted baptism, the entire ritual framework of the old religion collapsed, for it had depended on their divine status. Paganism in Ireland disintegrated quietly, its myths absorbed rather than erased by the new faith. Further north, in Scotland and the Isles, conversion came later and more unevenly. Christianity reached Galloway and the Fourth region in the 5th and 6th centuries, advancing slowly and without major conflict. Only in the Western Highlands and Islands, through the Irish missions of Columba and his followers, did the gospel finally take firm hold by the end of the 6th century. A few isolated areas in the far north clung to their native gods until the late 7th century, when the last traces of Celtic paganism disappeared. Meanwhile, as Christianity triumphed in the West, it vanished in the East. The Anglo-Saxon migrations of the 5th and 6th centuries brought new pagan faiths to England, displacing the Romanized Church in many regions. By the late 500s, most of eastern and southern Britain had reverted to polytheism under its new Germanic settlers. Their religion, known today as Anglo-Saxon paganism, is dimly understood but clearly shared many features with the wider Germanic world. Woden, a god of wisdom, magic, and kingship, dominated their pantheon. Thunor, the thunder god, protected the land and people. Tu was associated with war, and Frigg with love and fertility. Other minor deities included Seaxnet, Ing, and Eostre, the goddess whose spring festival later gave its name to Easter. Unlike the Celts, the Anglo-Saxons left few shrines or inscriptions. Their sacred places were often open-air sanctuaries on hills or in groves, marked only by wooden posts or animal offerings. Archaeological finds at sites like Yeavering in Northumberland show that their temples were simple wooden halls, used for communal feasting and sacrifice, rather than monumental stone buildings. Priests, not priestesses, conducted rituals, and kings were believed to share in divine power, responsible for the fortune of their people and the fertility of the land. The festivals they observed followed the rhythms of the year: the Mother Night at midwinter, a spring feast for Eostre, and a blood month in November, when animals were sacrificed before winter. The spiritual world of the pagan Anglo-Saxons remains largely hidden from us, though faint traces survive in myth, archaeology, and early Christian writings. What little can be inferred suggests that they held a stoic sense of fate, what they called Wyrd, a force beyond gods or men that shaped existence. Bede, in his ecclesiastical history, preserves a vivid image attributed to a Northumbrian priest who compared human life to a bird flying briefly from a cold, dark night through a warm, fire-lit hall, only to vanish again into darkness. This haunting metaphor likely reflects a genuine worldview of fleeting life and mystery beyond death, though it survives only through a Christian lens meant to highlight the superiority of the new faith. Physical representations of the gods have not survived, for most would have been wooden and destroyed by time or by zealous converts who viewed their destruction as sacred duty. A few primitive carvings discovered in bogs across northern Europe, figures with exaggerated sexual features, hint at the kind of idols once venerated in Anglo-Saxon shrines. Ritual sacrifice clearly played a major role in their religion, as it did in most ancient societies. Oxen were particularly important, both as offerings and as symbols of strength and fertility. Animal skulls placed in graves or buried beneath buildings like the one found at Sutton Courtenay speak of a desire to sanctify places or accompany souls into the next world. Some graves suggest even darker rites. Decapitated bodies and strangled attendants found at Sutton Hoo and Sewerby likely represent human sacrifices, servants or slaves offered to honor their masters or appease divine powers. The burial customs of the early English provide the richest window into their beliefs. Cremation and inhumation existed side by side, often within the same cemetery, suggesting family or regional preferences rather than rigid dogma. In the north, among the Angles, cremation was common. In the southern Saxon lands, burial in the earth prevailed. Both rich and poor were buried with care, often accompanied by personal possessions, jewels, weapons, vessels, or food, to equip them for the afterlife. Children were sometimes buried with adult ornaments or weapons, perhaps symbolizing their continued growth beyond death or the presence of protective spirits. Decapitated or prone corpses appear occasionally, their odd positions suggesting attempts either to confine restless spirits or to set them as guardians of the grave. The evidence reveals a complex interplay of fear, respect, and belief surrounding death and the unseen world. Some burial sites were vast, containing hundreds or even thousands of graves, especially along England's eastern coasts. Others were tiny, perhaps belonging to extended families or small communities. In Northumbria, however, traditional burial left almost no trace. Bodies may have been burned and scattered or cast into rivers, echoing ancient British practices that avoided formal cemeteries altogether. By the 6th century, the Anglo-Saxons began raising burial mounds, or reusing prehistoric barrows visible across the landscape. These tumuli, reserved for the elite, marked a return to monumental burial akin to earlier British and Scandinavian traditions. The greatest of them, such as those at Sutton Hoo, stand as extraordinary statements of wealth, authority, and belief. Sutton Hoo, the most famous of these sites, contained the burial of a ship over 90 feet long, filled with treasure and ritual offerings. Although the body itself had decayed, the richness of the grave and the early 7th century date suggest it belonged to King Raedwald of East Anglia. Among the grave goods was a purse containing 37 gold coins, possibly symbolic payment for an invisible crew of oarsmen to ferry the soul to the next realm. The site also held multiple smaller graves, some clearly of sacrificed attendants. A nearby cemetery at Snape revealed similar practices: ship burials, cremations, coffined bodies, and charred remains, all within the same sacred ground. Such variety implies that beliefs about death were fluid, perhaps reflecting personal, clan, or regional traditions more than fixed theology. Across England, the sheer diversity of funeral practices defies simple explanation. Some scholars see the differences as expressions of social rank: lavish cremations or ship burials for nobles, simple inhumations for commoners. Others interpret them as evidence of divergent religious ideas about the afterlife. Most likely, both status and faith played roles. What can be said with confidence is that early English paganism was as complex and multifaceted as that of any ancient people. Their dead were honored with elaborate ceremony, their graves rich with meaning, and their rituals tied to both personal devotion and communal identity. Yet these ancient beliefs were short-lived. By the mid-6th century, the pagan kingdoms of England were hemmed in by Christian neighbors, the Irish and Britons to the west, the Franks across the Channel. The British Church refused to evangelize the newcomers, and so their old gods endured for another century, until 597, when Pope Gregory the Great sent missionaries led by Augustine to Kent. King Ethelbert, influenced by his Christian Frankish queen, embraced the new faith and set off a chain of conversions among neighboring rulers. Within less than a century, Christianity had spread through nearly all Anglo-Saxon territories. Kings who converted brought their peoples with them. Those who resisted were soon overthrown or replaced. The process was often political rather than spiritual. Alliances, marriages, and diplomacy determined faith as much as conviction, but the result was the same. Within one long lifetime, the old religion had vanished. The conversion was surprisingly peaceful. There are no reliable accounts of large-scale persecution or martyrdom. Pagan shrines and idols were destroyed, but their worshippers mostly adopted Christianity without violence. In a few cases, such as Raedwald's, both faiths coexisted briefly, his possible burial at Sutton Hoo combining Christian symbols with pagan grandeur. By the early 7th century, the new faith had triumphed, aided by its organization, literacy, and the cultural prestige of Rome. Paganism lingered only at the fringes of the land, fading quietly as its temples fell into ruin. But history turned once more. Barely a century after England's conversion, new waves of pagan seafarers, the Vikings, arrived from Scandinavia. They raided monasteries and settled across Britain, yet their impact on religion proved fleeting. Within decades of establishing their power, they too embraced Christianity. Viking carvings found in England and the Isle of Man depict their gods, Thor, Odin, and others, but often blended with Christian imagery. Dragons symbolizing evil, Valkyries receiving the dead, and scenes of divine destruction were reinterpreted through a Christian lens. No pagan temples from the Viking period have been identified, and archaeological evidence, such as boat burials and ritual deposits in rivers, suggests that their rites resembled those of the earlier Anglo-Saxons. By the 11th century, even Scandinavia itself had converted, ending the long age of paganism in the north. In Britain, the Christian Church stood unchallenged, yet beneath the surface, echoes of the old beliefs endured, in folklore, place names, and the cycle of seasonal festivals that once honored the gods of earth and sky. What began as blood sacrifice and ship burial evolved into ceremony and legend, but the memory of those older faiths never vanished entirely. The search for traces of paganism within Christian history presents several major difficulties. First, Christianity absorbed a vast amount of pagan tradition as it spread through the Roman world. Its founder offered moral guidance and faith in salvation, but as the religion left its Jewish roots, it adopted familiar symbols, practices, and aesthetics from older cults to appeal to new converts. Church rituals, architecture, and even clothing were modeled on ancient forms of worship. The layout of basilicas, the burning of incense, the wearing of robes, the use of hymns, processions, candles, and altars all had pre-Christian origins. even certain images of saints and the Virgin Mary echoed features once attributed to goddesses like Artemis or Diana. In several cases, ancient temples were converted into churches, and statues of former deities were rededicated as Christian icons. For instance, shrines once devoted to fertility goddesses such as Cybele or Ceres later housed the cult of the Virgin. The continuity was physical as much as symbolic. Many early churches in Rome and Sicily were literally built upon the remains of pagan sanctuaries. This blending of traditions was not limited to southern Europe. In the British Isles, several saints appear to have evolved from pre-Christian deities. The Irish Saint Brigid, for example, seems to preserve the memory of an ancient goddess of the same name, while churches were sometimes built on sites once devoted to pagan worship. Early Christian leaders also aligned their holy days with earlier seasonal festivals. Christmas, for instance, was deliberately fixed near the Roman celebration of the sun's rebirth, while Easter coincided with the spring equinox and older fertility rites. Even Samhain and midsummer feasts were transformed into Christian holy days, like All Saints' Day and the Feast of St. John. This was not accidental, but a deliberate effort to ease conversion by replacing rather than erasing the calendar of the old faiths. Still, not everything in Christianity can be viewed as a mere continuation of pagan religion. Some historians, from early Protestant reformers to modern skeptics, have overstated the resemblance between the two. For example, the cult of St. Michael, the winged warrior saint, is often claimed to descend from Celtic sun worship, yet evidence shows his veneration began independently in Italy and spread through Europe with no link to older solar gods. Similarly, the association of Candlemas with the Gaelic festival of Imbolc is largely coincidental. Candlemas commemorated a biblical event tied to the presentation of Christ at the temple, and its symbolism of light came from Scripture, not from any ancient fire festival. The merging of old and new calendars thus happened through timing and adaptation, not through shared theology. Over time, many romanticized theories arose about a supposed Celtic Christianity, a version of the faith that supposedly fused Druidic wisdom with Christian ideals and gave women greater spiritual status. This idea, popular among modern writers seeking a gentler, nature-oriented faith, has little historical basis. The early Irish and British churches differed from Rome only in minor customs, like calculating Easter or clerical marriage, but were fundamentally orthodox. Later monastic movements, such as the Culdees, were not inheritors of Druidic knowledge, but reformers seeking stricter discipline. Claims of ancient matriarchal equality or hidden pagan tolerance in early Christianity reflect modern desires rather than medieval reality. The overlap between paganism and Christianity was, in most cases, superficial. While certain sacred sites and festivals persisted, the vast majority of pagan temples were abandoned or destroyed, and idols were burned. Occasionally, churches were built near ancient monuments or megaliths, such as those at Rudston or Knowlton, but these likely represented convenience rather than deliberate syncretism. Christianity offered its followers everything the old faiths promised: ritual, healing, miracles, and salvation, but with a unifying doctrine and a promise of eternal life. Saints replaced household gods, relics substituted for sacred bones, and church feasts took the place of seasonal rites. The Church thus provided continuity of function without preserving the theology of paganism itself. The second major challenge in identifying pagan survivals lies in distinguishing religion from magic, religion is a system of worship directed toward divine beings, while magic seeks to manipulate nature through spiritual or symbolic means. Both existed side by side in medieval Europe. Villagers who prayed in church on Sunday might still rely on charms, herbs, or spells for healing, luck, or protection. Such acts were not seen as rebellion against God, but as practical remedies for daily life. The Church often condemned sorcery as demonic, yet many forms of folk magic coexisted peacefully with Christianity. The line between miracle, science, and superstition remained blurred. Astrology, alchemy, and herbal medicine all occupied this uncertain space, and even clergy practiced forms of magic that they justified as part of divine order. Over the centuries, Christianity never fully eradicated magic. Texts describing spells, potions, and incantations circulated widely, especially from Arabic, Greek, and Hebrew sources. Learned scholars studied them under philosophical or mystical frameworks, while villagers continued to use charms rooted in much older traditions. These practices cannot truly be called pagan. They did not honor old gods, but operated independently of religion. Yet they often transformed ancient sacred customs into new magical forms. Animal sacrifice, for instance, survived as a superstitious act in parts of rural Britain well into the modern era, stripped of any divine reference. Similarly, foundation sacrifices, burying animal skulls or remains beneath new buildings, continued out of habit or folklore rather than faith. Natural sites once deemed sacred also endured in altered ways. Holy wells were rededicated to saints, but continued to attract offerings and coins. The tossing of pilgrims' badges or tokens into rivers reflected ancient votive traditions, though the participants were devout Christians. Likewise, the custom of making wishes at wells preserved a pagan gesture of exchange, transposed into harmless superstition. Sacred trees and groves largely vanished, but the reverence for particular species, such as oak, ash, or rowan, lived on in folk belief and healing rituals. These echoes of the old faiths persisted not as worship, but as cultural memory, stripped of theological meaning. Among the Anglo-Saxons, a surprisingly large body of magical writings survives, filled with spells for healing, fertility, and protection. These texts show how deeply magic had penetrated everyday life, yet they contain no evidence of continued devotion to ancient gods. Instead, they reflect a worldview in which divine and natural forces could be invoked through words, charms, or ritual gestures. Some refer poetically to the Mother of Earth or to nature spirits, but these phrases were likely symbolic rather than literal worship. Similarly, the later folklore surrounding prehistoric monuments, such as passing children through holed stones for healing, probably developed long after the original meanings of those monuments were forgotten. The medieval world inherited the art, literature, and imagery of pagan antiquity and wove them deeply into its Christian culture. From the Renaissance painters who depicted Venus to medieval poets comparing heroes to ancient gods, classical symbols survived not as religious remnants, but as artistic and literary traditions. Yet this blending of Christian and pagan imagery has long confused historians seeking traces of true pre-Christian belief. In early English and Celtic writings, echoes of pagan myths appear, Christ likened to Frey in The Dream of the Rood, or Odin's sacrifice resembling the crucifixion. But these are not genuine survivals of pagan faith. Rather, they reflect Christian writers reshaping older imagery through their own spiritual lens. Similarly, References to Norse or Celtic gods in Christian contexts reveal admiration for cultural heritage, not belief in the old religions. Historical records, particularly laws and church decrees, show that paganism faded gradually after conversion. In 7th century England, rulers still forbade sacrifices, and church texts warned against magic or reverence for sacred springs and trees. By the 8th century, open pagan worship had largely vanished, replaced by lingering folk customs such as feasts for the dead or healing rituals around wells. The Viking invasions briefly reintroduced paganism in northern England, but by the early 11th century, laws issued under Archbishop Wulfstan and King Canute stamped out remaining practices. Thereafter, the Church targeted only minor superstitions, like charms or local festivities, suggesting that organized paganism was dead by the High Middle Ages. Later accounts of people worshipping idols or performing strange rites, such as the monkish fraud at Frithlestock Priory, were isolated cases of delusion or corruption, not signs of an enduring pagan faith. Despite this, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, some scholars revived the Romantic notion that witchcraft represented a secret survival of ancient paganism. Writers such as Jules Michelet and Charles Leland imagined a hidden old religion of goddess worship suppressed by the Church. Margaret Murray expanded this idea in The Witch Cult in Western Europe, 1921, claiming that medieval witches formed organized covens preserving pre-Christian rituals. Her work, though influential, was based on selective use of trial records and imaginative reconstruction rather than evidence. She portrayed witches as celebrants of ancient fertility festivals like Samhain and Beltane, inventing terms such as Sabbath and Esbat to describe their meetings. Later, historians exposed her distortions, showing that witch trials reflected social fears, religious tension, and political instability rather than pagan survival. The accused were usually isolated individuals, victims of hysteria, and their confessions, products of torture or delusion. Studies in anthropology, such as E. Evans Pritchard's and J.R. Crawford's work, revealed how people under communal suspicion could come to believe themselves guilty of witchcraft through dreams and suggestion. The persistence of pagan motifs in medieval art and architecture also sparked speculation. Figures like the Wild Man, the Sheela na gig, and the Green Man were often interpreted as remnants of ancient fertility cults. Modern research, however, shows they were Christian creations shaped by moral and aesthetic purposes. The Wild Man, a hairy savage of the woods, symbolized chaos and sin, serving as a moral warning. The Sheela na gig, a grotesque female exposing her body, appeared on Romanesque churches to caution against lust and impurity. Though later in Ireland these carvings gained folk associations with protection or luck, their origin was didactic, not pagan. The Green Man, a face surrounded by foliage, evolved from classical decorative motifs into a Christian emblem of spiritual decay or temptation, not rebirth. None of these figures represented worshipped deities. They were artistic metaphors within a moral universe defined by Christianity. Before the Romans arrived, there is no firm evidence that Britain had any true labyrinths. The patterns carved at Rocky Valley in Cornwall, sometimes labeled Bronze Age, could just as easily be much later. Roman mosaics at Caerleon and Harpham include labyrinths, and medieval churches across England, such as those in Ely, Bristol, and Essex, contain later examples inspired by continental models. Yet Britain also developed its own version: turf mazes, carved into the grass by villagers between the 16th and 18th centuries. These were designed not for ritual, but for recreation, often called Troy Town or Julian's Bower, drawing inspiration from Virgil's description of Trojan youths performing labyrinthine games. Modern writers who claim they are recut ancient monuments have produced no supporting evidence. In literature, a few medieval legends have been interpreted as echoes of ancient religion. The most famous is the Holy Grail, a symbol of divine mystery and purity that emerged in the late 12th century. Some 19th century scholars tried to link it to Celtic myths, the Grail to the Dagda's cauldron, and the spear of Longinus to the weapon of Lu. But the parallels were superficial. Others imagined it as a survival of Roman or Eastern mystery cults, but no historical proof supports this. The more convincing explanation is that the Grail arose from the Christian doctrine of the Eucharist, at a time when belief in transubstantiation and the sanctity of Christ's blood were dominant. The story therefore belongs fully to medieval Christianity, not to pagan memory. Another recurring debate involves Welsh poetry, especially the enigmatic verses attributed to Taliesin. These poems, written in the 12th and 13th centuries, but pretending to be ancient, fascinated later Romantics, who reimagined them as remnants of Druidic wisdom. In truth, they belong to the Christian bardic culture, known as the Gogenfyrd, poets who celebrated kings, prophecy, and divine inspiration. They transformed earlier heroic figures into semi-divine beings, Ceridwen, Gwyn ap Nudd, and Arianrhod, characters who seem more like literary inventions than survivors of old gods. Ceridwen became a muse of poetic inspiration, Gwyn a dark ruler of the underworld, Arianrhod a beautiful enchantress. Their creation reflects the imagination of medieval poets rather than the memory of pre-Christian worship. By the close of the Middle Ages, organized paganism had disappeared entirely from the British Isles. What endured were customs, seasonal festivals, and superstitions reinterpreted within a Christian framework. Ritual fires at midsummer, greenery at church festivals, processions with animal masks, or plays dramatizing death and rebirth. These practices preserved fragments of ancient symbolism, but no coherent faith. The scholars who later sought to reconstruct old religion from folklore often misread their evidence. Romantic figures like James Frazer wove vast theories about sacred kings, fertility cults, and dying gods, but most of his ideas, though imaginative, rested on tenuous connections and selective data. His influence, however, shaped generations of writers, inspiring both literature and modern occultism. By the 20th century, this fascination culminated in Wicca, a new religion that claimed to revive the suppressed witch cult described by Margaret Murray. Gerald Gardner, a retired colonial official, blended fragments of ceremonial magic, Masonic ritual, folk custom, and modern mysticism into a self-styled old religion. His version emphasized a dual divinity, goddess and horned god, celebrating 8 seasonal festivals and performing rituals within a consecrated circle. Although he presented it as ancient, it was in truth a modern synthesis, borrowing freely from 19th century occultism and popular folklore. Over time, Wicca absorbed ideas from feminism, psychology, and environmentalism, evolving into a faith centered on personal empowerment, nature, and symbolic balance.